Fennekin. So, new shiny, which is nice, and it does have a very nice shiny. So, how's everybody doing? Welcome in Leon, welcome in Ronald and Shopgirl. How you guys doing? Thank you for remembering. I almost called you Lachlan. Leon, how you doing, guys? Welcome. I'm still a bit sick. So I'm not really sick. I'm getting over the sick. My head is just still filled with sick. So yeah, if I sound like I'm yelling, it's because I can't hear myself because my ears are blocked. So how are we all doing today? Good afternoon, good evening. As soon as I start reading the chat, I start getting ads. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night to all. Happy Comp Day. How you doing, Shop Girl? Welcome in. You're back with a new name. You used to be a Dragon Ball and Pokemon fan. Okay, no worries, Reagan. Ronald, Mr. Ronald Reagan. How you doing? And Negan, welcome. So, yeah, today is Community Day. We got a tiny... Why couldn't it be a tiny shiny for our first one? But we got a tiny to start off. So we'll get into today. So yeah, like I said, my head's filled with ick. My nose, like my sinuses are still all clogged up with crap, which is not nice. Like in taste is sick. Like smell and taste, you know, when you've that sickness in your head, that's what it is. And yeah, my ears are blocked. So wonderful. Good times to be walking around in cold weather. Hey, Queen Celestial, welcome in. Good to see you. So, how's everybody looking forward to this Com Day? I think this is going to be a fairly popular one, given that it is a new shiny and it is a starter Pokemon. A lot of people do like Fennekin, sort of thing. I'm looking forward to today. It should be a good day. But I guess the main question is, how many shinies do you think we're going to get, guys? Last month we ended up with... God, what was it? It was like 28 or something like that. And then during the Com Day Classic, we got like 32, something ridiculous. So we've had some good runs. You reckon 25? Okay, we'll see how we go. So I'll get into this research in just a second. I may as well start it now. Yawn. Okay, seems like the professor's getting bored with the game now. Oh, hey there, Jimmy. Sorry you caught me mid-yawn. I was up late reading the newest Pokemon Researchers Weekly. There was a fascinating article about Fennekin. Coincidentally, they're all over the place today. Did you know that Fennekin are filled with energy after eating twigs? Fair enough. If that worked for me, I would have made myself a plate of scrumptious sticks to get through my reading last night. But why read about Fennekin when you can make your own observations? What kind of twigs do Fennekin prefer? Do you think each Fennekin has a unique preference? Think on those questions while you observe the Fennekins in your area. Okay, well, that's the question of the day, guys. What type of sticks do Fennekins like? Drop your answers in the comments below. Let's get rid of these, because actually we may as well keep that one for now, because we do have to power up a Pokemon for the start of this quest. So to start off, we need to make 5 nice... Well, I said just 5 nice throws. I thought it was 5 nice curveball throws. Catch 15 Fennekin and power up a Pokemon 10 times. So let's do this powering up straight away. It's 4-star, and I'll start walking in just a minute. What do we want to power up? Let's choose something relatively cheap. What do we power up? Let's power up. I'm sort of running out of things that are useful to power up at this stage. I suppose we can just go with Geodude, that'll do. Power up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's still going to cost me 50,000 dust, but that's okay. Alright, that is done. So we'll collect that so we can start picking up some research tasks. Hey, Delsandu, how you doing, dude? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Spinny. Oh my god. My nose. My sinuses are so dry but cloggy. I hate it. I hate this feeling. What are my opinions on the new Team Rocket stuff? Alright, so we'll go over all of that stuff. We may as well. I like that they're introducing new stuff to the game, but for me, it's useless. Like, it's not gonna rekindle the community or anything like that. So around here, the community is basically dead. I'm really one of the only people that still really plays the game. So locking these Shadow Mewtwo raids and just Shadow raids in general to only being able to do them in person and not being able to do them with remote raid passes basically means that I can't do any of these raids. So there's a few other people which are in my same sort of the same position that I'm in. I know that Pro Planty is another community, like regional community person that doesn't really have a local community, so he's going to have to travel to do his stuff as well. It just makes it difficult for people that, you know, don't really have communities anymore, which is a large portion of the Pokemon Go community in general, just because a lot of people have dropped off since they did the remote raid pass nerf, and also, you know, people at the game's nearly 7 years old now, so people have sort of gotten to the point where they're just bored with it and they've moved on and they've got other things to do with their lives and all that sort of stuff. So in general, it's not the greatest move. It's not going to do what Niantic are hoping it's going to do, and I think they're still stuck in 2016 where they think that they're just going to add stuff to the game and it's going to bring hundreds of thousands of people out and about again to start playing the game, when it's just not. That those days are long gone. So to focus all on in-person communities and basically abandon the online communities is not a great idea, in my opinion. What do you guys reckon? Like, I'd like to get your opinions on the whole thing. How do you feel about the situation and all of that sort of stuff? But while we wait for those answers to come in, we'll start walking. Fennekin, what are you doing? Sorry, I'm not feeling... Like I said, I'm feeling better. Like, I don't feel sick like I was last week. My head's just still filled with the sick. So I got up and got down with the sickness. And now I'm just trying to get over it. Make sure I have my keys. Where did I put my keys? Hello, keys. Where did you go? I think they're in my pocket. We'll make sure before we close the door. Yes, they are in my pocket. Okay, awesome. Let's start walking and catching some shinies. Shinies. So, sorry if there's a bit of wind noise today, guys. It's a little bit breezy today. Too bad. We've had worse. That's for sure. You just have a group of friends that all play. Yeah, see, it's going to be easier for the people that live in a city. My game is lagging a little bit at the moment. Might have to restart. So it's easier for people that live in a city area because there's just more people. But around here, the community was already small to begin with. Like, it took us ages to build up a decent community to be able to do raids and all of that sort of stuff when they first introduced them. And then over the COVID period and all that sort of stuff, basically it died off and it hasn't really come back, and it won't come back because people have just moved on with their lives, sort of thing. So like I said, around here it's going to be basically impossible for us to do any of the raids. I'm just going to restart the game, guys. Hopefully it'll stop lagging. You've noticed the same. You have a Facebook group, but they don't play as much. I mean, originally that's what our group started off with. It was a Facebook group, like a Facebook Messenger group. And we had a decent amount of people before the COVID stuff happened. Like, and we had an active community. Like, people would organize raids. We'd all go to them.
because this is back before they introduced the remote raid passes, so we all were able to get together and do raids, and you know, we had a good community. But then the COVID stuff happened, and then a lot of people just stopped playing, and my game is still lagging. Like, the reset didn't really seem to do anything. So typical Niantic. Looks like the game is going to be running a bit badly today. We'll see how we go. But as you can see, the frames are a bit down at the moment, so hopefully that's our second tiny of the day. This doesn't feel like a comm day. Why so? How? What do you mean by that? Just not as many spawns, or people out and about, or... I mean, so far I can't see as many spawns as we usually see during a comm day, so maybe Niantic have just balked it up. The game's lagging, there isn't as many spawns, and they are being a pain in the ass to catch. If it's going to be like this all day, we're going to run out of Pokeballs very quickly. Peeps play by you, but they are mostly not peeps you want to hang with. Both no spawns and no people at all. I think now that it's colder weather, it's also going to deter people from getting out and playing so much. Because cold weather always seems to do that. Okay, the game seems to be running a bit better now, which is good. Yeah, Niantic really need to adjust their mission, because have you guys seen that they actually replied to us? Not so much directly to us about the Here's Niantic stuff, but they did an interview and they basically said that they're not going to bother communicating with us over this whole Here's Niantic, like they're just going to ignore us. And they're going to hope that the new stuff that they're going to introduce is going to show the community how hard they've been working on the game, and that's going to make us all happy. Because they've been working hard on the game. And it's just, they've missed the point of the whole Here's Niantic thing, like, completely. So there's a lot of tension in the community at the moment about everything that's going on. So I don't know, what are your thoughts on everything, guys? Good luck on catching shinies. Thank you, Kyle. We don't have any shinies yet. Hopefully it won't take us too long to get some. You got one shiny so far. I got two tinies. No shinies. I should chuck on an incense. I'll do that in a second. Hey, Sydney. Good to see you, man. Thank you for rememberizing. G'day, and lots of shiny vibes, everyone. Hope you get at least 15 shinies. Thank you, dude. The last couple of comm days have been fairly productive, so hopefully we'll do well. We got, it's like 32 during the comm day classic and like 28 during Togetic comm day, if I remember correctly, something like that. Yes, thank you. I will do a Mega Evolution as well we can do Groudon or something like that. You heard that? Yeah, I've seen people posting up on Twitter that they've started playing the Marvel game. I think Niantic, they're stretching themselves way too thin. Like, they're starting to work on too many games, and you can see it affecting other things. Like, I mean, Pokemon Go, since they've started doing Perdot, or whatever the stupid name for that game is, the Marvel game, what else have they got? They've got the new Monster Hunter game that they're working on that's going to be coming out later in the year. They've got the NBA game, and I'm pretty sure that there's another game that they've got going on at the moment as well, not including Ingress, because Ingress is a game that, you know, that they've still got going, but it's yeah, they're just stretching themselves too thin, and it's affecting the overall performance of the games. Hey Jahan, how you doing? Yes, there's an NBA game. Haven't you seen the NBA game? It's like Pokemon Go, but with LeBron James. Alright, there is our primal. And chuck an incense on. Sweet. Alright. Hi, hippie Jimmy. I'm not a hippie. Leave me alone. Yeah, bro, I can catch Kevin Durant. You sure can. You can throw Pokeballs at Kevin Durant. I'm pretty sure he comes in a shiny form as well. It's basically when they're just wearing their away jerseys. Collect and collect. Niantic is annoying. Yeah. They certainly are. Yeah, people wouldn't be so frustrated with them if they just made an effort to actually communicate with the community. I think that's the biggest issue. And the fact that they're still stuck on their mission plan from 2016, that, get out and go and do, like, there's nothing wrong with trying to get people out of the house and go out and play the game and all that sort of stuff. They should definitely keep putting stuff into the, like, incentives into the game to get people to do that sort of stuff. But things have changed since the game first released, so they need to start implementing some other things that they have over the pandemic period, like, the remote raid passes and all that sort of stuff, and stop being so stubborn when it comes to their way of planning the game out. I mean, essentially at this time, when it comes to the remote raid pass nerf, I can do with the limitations. I can deal with the fact that they want to limit the amount of remote raid passes that we can do per day. I think 5 might be a little bit too small. Like, if they bump that up to 10, I think that'd be a good... Sorry, my brain's just not working today because it's filled with snot. It'd be a good compromise. That's the word I'm looking for. It gives people the opportunity to do a few more raids a day, but there's still a limit because they want people to actually go out and play the game, sort of thing. Stop spending so much money on the game, go out and actually, play the game in person, all that sort of stuff. I think the price increase is the thing that's hurting people the most, and I can see that dramatically during our raid hour streams, because that's the argument that most people have. They're like, I can't afford to do these raids anymore because I can't afford to buy passes. So I think if they lowered the price of the remotes back down to what they were, before the nerf, and kept the limitations, most people would probably be happy. Like, most people would be able to deal with it and move on, and there's a compromise. Both parties are happy. They both get, we get something out of it, and Niantic still get to push their agenda on us a little bit. Like, to me, I feel like that's a good compromise, but they just don't seem willing to do that sort of stuff. A Kevin Garnett for you. I got a shiny Garnett. Celtics #1. I was always an Orlando Magic fan back in the day because of Shaq, of course. Back when I was a kid. Oh my god, my throwing is terrible today. So yeah, Orlando, like the Magic have always been my favorite team. But I'm a fan of like the Lakers and stuff as well. Like, basically, it's a mix between Orlando and the Lakers. Where are my shinies? Come on! Why you do this? Hey, Jeffrey, good to see you, man. It's been a while. How you been, dude? You used to know Kevin Garnett. Nice. Like, how? Like, you used to know him, or you don't know him anymore? I used to know him, but he changed. Did he used to buy flowers from you or something? He used to come in every week and buy some flowers for his mum. He loved your dog. No, that's cool. You used to know him. You feel like the shiny rate isn't 1 in 25? It should be. I mean, it's all chance sort of thing. I mean, when it comes down to it, it's not it's not a guaranteed 1 in 25. Like, you're not going to definitely get a shiny after every 25 clicks. It's just there's a 1 in 25 chance that every Pokemon that you click on could be a shiny. And some days it always feels less than others. Usually I can start com days off fairly slowly, but then it picks up. And it's been like that the last couple of com days, where it's taken me, 20 minutes, half an hour to actually get a shiny, but then I end up with 30 for the day. So there's been a lot of contention about the shiny odds in the game recently, though. People thinking that Niantic has lowered the shiny odds on remote raids and, stuff like that. No, I didn't get a haircut. My hair is still long. It's just pushed back behind my ears. And I'm wearing a hat, so you can't tell. I've actually started tying my hair up. Like, I had my hair tied up last night. Sort of thing, because it's actually finally long enough that I can tie it up. But no haircut for me. I do think I need to get it trimmed a little bit, just to promote it to grow a bit more, because it's gotten to that point where it's like growing slowly. So one, I need to get it cut because I've got, get rid of these split ends, and then promote growth. Get it to grow a bit longer. But we're now 20 minutes in and we still don't have a shiny, so come on. We're gonna get one out of this cluster. I can feel it. I can feel it. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? I can feel it. You watch me not. The spawns definitely seem down, but some com days are like that. It seems the com days that are going to be a bit more popular, like the starters and some of the more popular Pokemon like Larvitar, all that sort of stuff, they do seem to have less spawns than, say, a Swinub com day or a Slowpoke com day or something like that. I think it's just because, in a way, Niantic is still trying to keep the shiny on the rare side in comparison to other shinies. I don't see the point of doing that, though. And also, one of Niantic's main reasons of why they're adjusting all the raids when it comes to the legendary raids and remote raid passes and all that sort of stuff is because they think that the shiny legendaries and just legendaries in general, have become a little bit too easy to obtain, and they're supposed to be like an end game thing and harder to obtain and all that sort of stuff. But that boat, ship, whatever you want to call it, has already sailed with the simple fact that they've been doing it for as long as they have, and during com days, shinies are very easy to obtain. So what's the point of having one group of shinies that's easy to obtain and another group that's, splitting it up like that just doesn't make sense. And even look at the main series games. I mean, in the newest main series games like Scarlet and Violet, shinies are the easiest that they've ever been to get. So even the Pokémon Company has made shinies easier to get. I don't see what the point of trying to make them rare these days is. It's just, like I said, that ship has already sailed. I don't know. What do you guys think? I did get 2 shiny Bellsprouts. I missed Bellsprout. Sorry guys that I wasn't streaming that day. Because my brain was just not functioning because I was sick. I was snotty, and I didn't think walking around in free cold weather was really going to help with the whole being sick thing, so I decided not to stream that day. I've already got a bunch of shiny Bellsprouts. How many best buddies do I have? I have 3. Yes, 3. Is it 3? I think it's 3. I have Mewtwo. Yeah, Mewtwo. We have a Gibble and buddy. What's the hashtag for the buddies again? The search thing. I can't remember. Is it on here? Buddy 5. Thank you, Molly. Buddy 5. 2. I only have 2. So I still need, 8 more so I can get my shiny Jirachi. I'm working on this Groudon. This Groudon's getting close. He is only, 110 hearts away. And then there's a couple of other buddies that I've got that they're not close, but it shouldn't take me too long sort of thing. They're already sort of like good buddies. You have 2 best buddies. You're about to get a 3rd one. Yeah, I'm hating that I have to get 10 before I can go to through to the next part of the quest. Hey, there we go. Our first shiny Fennekin of the day. It took us 26 minutes, guys. But we got our little shiny fox. Our foxy shinies. I do like shiny Fennekin. It is a nice shiny. That nice silver and red. But 27 minutes. So let's hope that it picks up a bit now. This one is terrible IVs. That's fairly fitting for a shiny. You got your second one. It's huge. I got a huge shiny. Plug my phone into the charger. So we're off to a start for the day, which is good. I can already see that today is probably going to be a less than productive day in comparison to some of the other ones. But like I said before, the starters and that always seem to be days which they're just not spawning as much. Working rather on your shiny Swampert. Probably better than walking on it. It's freezing. Yeah, it's cold here today as well. It's not as cold as it was in Ballarat yesterday, because I went to the footy to watch the doggies. Oh! Okay. I guess I'll take that. We just got ourselves a random hundo, guys, from research. So, nice. I actually needed a hundo for this. So I have a hundo Fennekin and a shiny to start off the day. We're 28 minutes in and we have one of each. A random hundo. So that was from the special research. So I guess we'll save it for now because we do have the evolve parts of the research. So we will save it for that, but we will definitely evolve that one. Gotta love them rando hundos. Productive indeed. All right, guys, I'm done for the day. I'll see you guys on Tuesday. I still need a couple more shinies to finish the shiny line. But putting in that work and getting it done early. As I was saying, yeah, it was freezing cold in Ballarat yesterday at the footy. Was for everybody else around me. I actually wasn't too bad, to be honest, because I had same as I've got 2 pairs of pants on today. I've got a thin pair of pajama pants underneath my jeans, so I'm dressed in layers. I don't have my jumper on today, but I've got my jacket, sort of thing. But yeah, I had a jumper on, a jacket, 2 pairs of pants and that, and I'm standing there at the footy. Everybody else around me is like, oh, it's bloody cold. I'm like, it's not too bad. It's cold, but I can manage. What? How? I got it from the research. Was it just... actually, wasn't even research. The main research. It was just a random research. It was my first research encounter for the day from just normal research. And we got the hundo. So, let's see if we can get more for the day. That would be awesome. It's like 70 here today. In Fahrenheit, what's that in Celsius? That's, what, 23-ish degrees in Celsius? Around that, yeah? Mid-20s-ish? Okay, you just convinced you to buy the special research. I mean, for $1, it's not too bad. It's a decent cluster here, so we'll check all these little guys. Hopefully we'll get another one. I'll get to you in a second, Professor. We just need to finish... Hey! Second shiny of the day. I'm just going to quickly check this just to make sure that, yeah, because it was my incense spawn. Okay, back to our... Alright, so 2 shinies and a hundo, and we're only half an hour in. Hey, what are you doing? So like I said, sometimes it can start slow, but then it picks up. So how many hundos do you think we're going to get for the day, guys? So, oh, that one's just as bad as the first one. Okay. Nope, wrong one. Hey, 3rd shiny for the day. Alright, guys, I have got my 3 shinies and a hundo. I'll see you guys later. And it's definitely picked up. Definitely. At this rate, I'm going to get a shundo for the next one. We can only hope, guys. Like, keep your fingers crossed. Can we get them shundo vibes? I still only have 2 shundos. Oh, is it 3 now? No, it's 2. Yeah, Melotic and Whalmer. Whale Lord now. They are my only shundos. Alright, let's go on to this next part of the research. Welcome back, Jimmy. Have you gathered any promising information? I see you've at least gathered some promising Fennekin. You can say that again. I have a couple of shinies and a hundo. Can you believe that, Professor? They sure are cute and fluffy, but I'd be careful about getting too close. Their roomy ears vent blasting hot air. Those fine Fennekin don't look like they have any twigs on them. Maybe we'll get a better view of some sprigs with Fennekin's evolution brazen. Instead of snacking on twigs, they stick them up their noses. They stick them in their tails? Okay. That sentence could have gone in a lot of weird places. Speaking of weird things, like usual, when I typed in both Delphox and Brazen last night to find pictures for the thumbnail, I saw some weird things that I can't unsee on Google Images. It's just like, why? Why do people have this affinity for female-looking Pokemon? Makes me shake my head. Makes me shake my head. If you're curious why, bring one by and I'll tell you more about it. No worries, dude. We can do that. Okay, so transfer 10, catch another 15, and evolve 3. You just got your first shiny? Nice, dude. Congrats. Your shundos are Groudon and a Cherry. The Groudon is a nice one to have. Yeah, I'm really jealous of those people that have shundo. like legendaries. I've got a couple that are close. I do have a couple of hundo legendaries, just no shundos. This dude, he's really close. He's like 98%. I think that's the closest one that I have to a shundo legendary. And the Tapu Fini that I got the other day, this is 96%. So that's the one that was another really close one. Yeah, I've got a couple of others that are relatively close. Hey Daybreaker, how you doing? Good to see you. Make that a second. It's all coming together, dude. For those that didn't see it, wait, that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We actually got a hundo before. 8, 9, 10. So yeah, we've already got 3 shinies and a hundo for the day. No, we don't want to transfer the hundo. Thank you very much. So now, I'm pretty sure we have to evolve. Yeah, evolve 3 Fennekins. So let's go to our hundo. Evolve. So that'll be one of the ones that we evolve. Yeah, it was the first one that I collected from the research for the day. So we've done well. Alright, there's our Brazen. Added to the Pokédex. And I don't think I've really got any other decent ones at this point. That one actually will evolve that one, because that one could be good for PvP. So we may as well check it later. How close am I to finishing my Pokédex? I'm still a ways off. It's not something that I've been rushing through. There are still a lot of things that I can easily add because I've got them in my like storage, just ready to evolve. I just haven't done it. But I'll show you guys in a second. And we have another decent one. Yes, that one's actually fairly good, so we'll evolve that one too. Yeah, there's the first couple of, like, I've finished my Johto and Kanto decks, because we've both had them in the tours. I haven't finished my Hoenn decks yet, because I still need Jirachi. I haven't finished either of the research, like the special research that we've had for Jirachi, but that's the only thing that I need to finish my Hoenn decks, and then after that, there's a lot that I just haven't bothered to evolve. So yeah, we've got 151 for Kanto. We've got the 100 for Johto. Like I said, for the Hoenn decks, the only thing that I still need is Jirachi. For Sinnoh, that's where it starts. Yeah, see, we don't have a Floatzel, just because I haven't evolved one. Pachirisu, we don't have because it's a regional. Still don't have a Gastrodon either, because just haven't evolved one. Yeah, Magnezone, Pronopass, and then these couple of things that we haven't had yet from, because they just haven't introduced them, the mythicals sort of thing. So yeah, there's just a couple of things that I need to evolve for that, and then yeah, Unova's sort of the same. A lot of this stuff I can add, I just haven't bothered to evolve it yet. There's quite a few things in that, and then yeah, it sort of just gets worse as we go on. So there's still quite a few things that I can add. What level am I? I am level 46. I should be level 47 by now. Basically the only things that I've got the XP, I just need to win 3-star raid using Pokemon 1500 CP or less, and power up 3 Pokemon to their max CP. But I'm very picky about what I power up. So they need to be like hundo things that I actually have the candies for. I do have enough candies to do like a couple of the evolutions, my Mewtwo, and a few other things. I just haven't done them yet. Work on my platinum medals, Jimmy, trust me. I already have enough for my platinum medals, I'm pretty sure. How many do I actually have? A second, just let me shiny check these little fellas. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the platinum medals, because all your ones that you've got proactively account. So for platinum medals, we have all our catch medals. So yeah, we have the Kanto Dex, we have the Collector Medal, Scientist, Breeder, Backpacker, Battle Girl, Pikachu Fan, Johto Dex, Battle Legend, Berry Master, Gym Leader, Pokemon Ranger, Idol, Hero, Triathlete, Rising Star, Raid Expert. Okay, so Jogger is the one that we're next closest to. So that's the end of them. And then, yeah, we have all our catch medals as well. So I think, wait, so that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34. We have 35. We have exactly 35 platinum medals already. Take your time. I've already done it. Easily. Eagerly buff. Got your third shiny now. Nice. Let's see if we can get another shiny out of this cluster here. Egg. Scrambled Pokemon eggs. Ugh, it's chunky. You have 0 platinums. Start working on them, dude. Your easiest ones to get are the catch ones. Because, I mean, all you got to do is catch Pokemon to get them. And days like Com days are great days to do it, because you get to target like a specific type. So today it's fire types. So just catch, if you haven't got your platinum medal, just catch as many of the Fennekins as you can. Goes towards your fire type medal. The hardest ones to get are definitely the dragon type ones. Just because dragon type Pokemon are fairly rare in the wild. So definitely when a dragon type Com Day comes around, focus on them as much as you can. I got my gold dragon type medal on Dratini Com Day, when we got Dratini for the first time. And then, yeah, since then we've had several dragon types, so we've been able to get the platinum one done as well. Can you stop being so difficult to catch? Yeah, Com days are great days for working towards your catch medals. And basically just during a lot of events as well, because a lot of the events are themed, so they have certain groups of Pokemon that are spawning. So during the breakout events, they have like bag type Pokemon spawning. During like the water events, they have the water Pokemon spawning, and so on and so forth. Hey, Pip. Yes, I do. How you doing? Good to see you. Long time no see. How have you been? You have gold on all types. Steel is one of the hardest ones to get as well, because we don't get a lot of steel type events, and they're also a fairly rare spawn in the wild. The best times to try and work on that is definitely during, say, Beldum Com Day and stuff like that. But I think it's one of my lowest catch medals as well. Let's have a look. Whoop. Oh, again, wrong one. So we go down our catch medals. So we have 21,000 normal types, 5,000. So you get, there's a big difference there. 21, like normal is definitely the easiest one to get just because of the amount of normal type spawns that we get. So 21,000 normal types, 5,000 fighting types, 13 flying types, poison types 11,000, rock types 11,000. Ground types. Rock types 10,000, bug 7, ghost. Ghost is another hard one to get because we don't get a lot of ghost type spawns in general. Steel, yeah, see, steel I'd say would be one of my lowest, 4,000. Fire 8,000, water 17,000, grass 10,000, electric 6,000, psychic 9, almost 10. Ice, that's another hard one to get as well. So depending on where you live here in Australia, because we don't really get snowy weather outside of, say, Christmas events and stuff like that, ice types don't tend to spawn much, so that's one that's a bit hard to get here. 5,000 for dragon types, 5,000 for dark types, 4,000 for fairy types. So as you can see, there is some that are easier to get than others. The names. Dragon was your hardest. Yeah, dragon is definitely one of the hardest. Hey, there we go, shiny. Just because they don't spawn very often in the wild, they're a rarer spawn. They're easy to get these days just because not most, but a lot of legendaries are dragon types. So if you're doing a lot of raids, not so easy now because of the raid nerf, but when they first introduced a lot of dragon type Pokemon into raids, if you're raiding them heaps, you could get the dragon type one fairly easily. And then during com days like Dratini com day, what else have we had that's a dragon type? Bagon, all that sort of stuff. Those are com days that definitely help with your dragon type one. Not too bad. Best shiny that we've gotten so far. Back-to-back shinies. Hey, it's a tiny. We have 3 tinies for the day so far. Yeah, I've got an alt. Yeah, sorry, I already read that one. Durr. In other words, just catch everything then after you check a yeah, pretty much. You really want the icy, snowy Pavilion, but you have no friends in those areas. There's a lot of groups on Twitter and stuff like that that you can jump onto and have people add you for that reason. They live in certain regions and you can swap gifts with them. Even if you don't have friends that live in it, you can definitely hunt them down. You just have to look, but you can definitely find them. Seek and Dale shall find. Hey, that's the first Neutron for the day. Yeah, seek and you shall find. Hey Elijah, how you doing, dude? Good to see you. Welcome. How's your day? The snowy one and the sandstorm are your favorites, so maybe you'll try and find them. Thank you for the advice. No worries. Yeah, a lot of that sort of stuff. They're easy to find if you just look for it, sort of thing. Yeah, there's Facebook groups, there's Twitter accounts and stuff that'll help you with it. I think you can jump on like Pokegenie and stuff. I know that Pokegenie had stuff set up for people like helping people with remote raids, like obtaining stuff from raids. I think they had groups set up as well for the pavilions, but I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, there's definitely ways of getting them out there. You have all 18. You think you're polar? I think I'm bipolar. You're in modern. Yeah, here in where I am, I think we're river, if I remember correctly. because there's 3 different types in Australia. There's Sunny, River, and Garden, I think, here in Australia, if I remember correctly. I know what you meant, Shocker. I was just making a joke at the expense of my mental health, you know, as you do. You think you have a friend in the region where Sandstorm Pavilion is found, but they have only sent you a gift once. It could possibly be me, because I'm that person. I never send gifts to people. I'm the worst when it comes to gifts. Most of Australia, yeah, thank you. Garden is New Zealand. I'm pretty sure Tasmania is also Garden. I think it sort of stretches from like underneath, so it goes like New Zealand and then underneath to Tasmania. I'm pretty sure that's Garden too, if I remember correctly. Hey Jimmy, you started community day. You found a shiny Fennekin on your first check. Nice, well done. I'm up to 4 shinies so far and a hundo for the day. So not a bad haul for 50 minutes. I'll quickly shiny check all these little dudes and then we'll finish off this next part of the research. Hey Zachary. How you doing, dude? Welcome, welcome. Alright, so we still need to... Actually, no, we don't need to do anything. We have done it. Shiny from research. Damn. I've had good luck with shinies from research the last couple of com days. I got a Togetic, Togetic and a Swinub, if I remember correctly. Damn. You know good. Hey, there we go, shiny. That's why you always check your incense spawns. That's a bit of advice, like, for the guys that don't know. Run an incense if you can, because you have more chance of getting a shiny off your incense than just your regular wild spawns. So always be running incense during your com days. A lot of my shinies do come from my incense. What's the hundo? The hundo is... I've already evolved it. I think it was 440, if I remember off the top of my head. But it's 481 Fennekin now, I think, in this. That's one of the other ones that I evolved. No, okay, that's one of the other ones. It might be the 777 now. Yeah. I think it was 440 when I caught it. I can't actually remember. Sorry, dude. It was from research, so yeah, anyone that you get from research will have the same IVs. So I'm almost positive it was 440. Yeah, so if you go into your snapshots, you can take 5 snapshots during the com days and get encounters that could possibly be shiny. I don't usually do them during the stream because when I go into the camera, it disables this front because it's using the back facing camera. You can only have one running at once. And if I put the phone under too much strain, sometimes it can crash the stream because it's using too much processing power. So I tend to not do that just to make sure that the stream doesn't crash. So many spawns. 8 more until shiny. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, we got 6. I mean, it's within that 8, so we'll take it. I should have checked on the other 2 first, then that one would have been 8. Yeah, I keep forgetting to check the shiny vibes in it. There you go, guys. Have some shiny vibes. You found 3 shinies from the snapshots. Nice. I have never, well, one, because like I said, never really do the snapshots, but when I was doing them, I don't think I ever got a shiny from the snapshots. Terrible. Terrible enemies. Alright, can we get another one? See, like 7, 8. Close enough, you reckon? Yep. If it's within that 8 checks, then, you know, it still counts. We had the spawns there. All I had to do was just, like, click on them in a different order. Alright, so this part of the reason, like, the next part will be the last one where I actually have to do anything. The last one we just get to collect. 8 or under. Hey. Alright, next. What beautiful brazen, Jimmy. I'll tell you about that twig as promised. Thank you. I've been waiting, just with bated breath, just wanting to hear all about this twig. Once upon a time, there was a twig that lived in a hut with an abusive set of parents. And then she fell into a coma and was woken up by a prince and then turned into a princess twig. The end. When that twig is plucked from its tail, friction sets it alight. It uses the flame to send signals to its allies. What, are we Mordor? I just had like visions of Lord of the Rings there. It's just a whole bunch of music and just pulling them from their tails and like lighting the watchtowers. What do you suppose Brazen communicates about, you know, what they saw on the latest episode of Brazen Bachelor? I don't know. Something like that. Maybe where they find the most energizing stick snacks. These Pokemon's cleverness with tools doesn't stop there. Brazen's evolution, a Delphox can use branches to see into the future. Okay. I'm no Delphox, but I sure see Delphox in your future. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Maybe that's what Tinder was. Jump onto Tinder, you'll find yourself some Delphox. You remember when I named a shiny Togetic after you? Guessing how many until the shiny? Twig. Better call Disney, you'll make millions with that. Nah, they'll probably sue me for copyright infringement. It's too close to some of their other stories. So the professor is going to tell us about a twig. Definitely, yeah. Did you just hear, like, the brilliant story that was told? Greatest story ever. From a twig to a branch, nothing starts. Next, like, the mega evolution is basically just a tree. It's a tree that's on fire. It wasn't Moses that saw a burning bush. It was just a Fennekin just setting fire to trees. Okay, so we need to make 3 great throws, catch 15 Fennekin, and evolve a Blaziken. Alright, so first things first, we'll evolve our hundo. Every time. It really annoys me when this does this. This is our hundo evolve. 5th shiny. Charcoal. Now that's the egg form. Like baby Fennekin. It's like charcoal, twig, stick, tree. And there's our Delphox added to the Dex with a hundo and blastburn. Nice. So that is done. Yeah, catch 15 and the 3 great curveballs. I need to blow my nose. Lucky I have tissues. This is really difficult to do. Trying to get tissues out while I'm holding two phones. I need a table, and there's wind, so it also... Alright, well, I'd block your ears, guys, because this may sound chunky. Gross. Ugh. Ugh. Now I gotta put that in my... It's not... Hey, I'm getting over being sick. So it's like my head is just filled with thick gook. So, yeah, the goopy stuff is not good. Alright, I told you to block your ears, guys. I gave you a warning before I did it. You can't blame me for that one. You were forewarned. But yeah, I have hay fever as well. Sort of thing, not at this time of year, but during the spring and summer months sort of thing. So I know what hay fever's like, but this is sickness. Your organs are now filled with mucus thanks to the microscopic. Yeah. I feel like my organs have been filled with mucus for the last week. It's been horrible, especially my brain. $10 until the next shiny. Alright. That doesn't count because that's not what we're clicking on. Give me the incense board. That's one. 2. 3. 4. Right, we need to start catching some of these. Just remember, we're on 4. It's amazing that your body tries to kill you. Oh, that one doesn't count because it ran away from us. Alright, so this is 5. Yeah, well, technically, we're humans, but the vast majority of our body is actually made up by foreign things. So all the bacteria, all the parasites, all the little mites and that live on you, and then all the sort of foreign things that live in your body. It's like, yeah, it's weird that we're like a living thing, but we're made up of so many other different living things. It's, how can we actually call ourselves human when we're like an amalgamation of things? That was 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. There we go. It seems to work. Just keep doing that, dude, because it seems to work. You had pneumonia 2 weeks ago, and damn, dude, that sucks. You do not want that. Gibble? What about Gibble? I guess. We should name it Elijah. And also check its IVs. Still haven't got a decent IV shiny today. Okay, we just need to catch a few more and we're done. Why? Because you want it. It's like, you keep saying it, so, you know, it's gonna... I would rather get them than not get them. I'll have to do a shiny count as well, because I can't remember how many I'm now. Oh, a bit of sun, that's nice. Hey, what are you doing? It's good. The wind seems to have dropped off a bit since when I first started, and the sun has come out, so it's It's not a bad day. Could be worse. Again? Well, what's your next estimate for how many it's going to take to get a shiny? A 7. You reckon 12? All right, we'll go with Becky's guess this time because you already guessed a couple, Elijah. But if I get one within 7, you win. If I get one within 12, Becky wins. Are you going to go to bed? No worries. Thank you for tuning in, Mr. Ronald Reagan. Enjoy your evening. Good luck for your com day, dude. Alright, so we'll count that as 1. Yeah, sending you shiny vibes for your day, dude. Shiny vibes. Have a good evening. So this is 2. You'll guess the next one. Alright. 2, 3, 4. Alright, let's just do a shiny check while we're here. Shinies. We have 7 already for the day. 7 shinies and 1 hundo. So not a bad haul for the day. There's a lot of starters around in general. We've had both Cyndaquil and Totodile spawning. So I think one of the nests around here is I already clicked on that one, so that doesn't count. 5. Yeah, so I think one part of the nest is Totodile and the other part is Cyndaquil.
I think so.
6. Alright, so this one is the 7th, so if I'm going to get one, Cyndaquil. If you saw our original Cyndaquil com day that we had, which was like a long time ago now, that day was completely broken. That was back when basically every single com day that we would get would be like broken as hell. Alright, so that's 7. Unfortunately, we didn't get the shiny from 7. But 8. These ones don't count. I'm just clicking on them because... Yeah, Cyndaquil was one of the worst com days that we've had here in Australia. Because it was broken. I only ended up with, I think it was like 4 or 5 shinies for the day. Nine. 10. Alright, 2 more, otherwise you guys both lose. And you don't really lose anything. I was going to be like, you have to leave. But that hurts me more, so guys, you have to stay. Oh, we already had Becky guess 12. But you can guess 12 for the next one. 11. 12. Sorry, guys. Didn't work. You guys are broken. Oh, you're 14. Alright, so that... We'll start from here. This is 1. You have to share the video with someone if you lose. Yeah, that works well. You have to like and subscribe. Most of you should have already done that already. While we're on that subject, guys, remember to hit the thumbs up button. Alright, that was 2. 3. I think I already clicked on that, yeah. 4. 5. 6. 'Are we just saying random numbers now? Or are you saying that you're up to 10 shinies? 7. 8. 9. Hey! We got it on 9! So, I mean, if it was under the estimate, then you still sort of win, I suppose. So that's shiny number 8 for the day. It is a nice shiny. Yeah, we were saying that before. It's one of the nicer shinies that we've had for a while when it comes to com days and stuff like that. Nice. I want it. Give it to me now. You just have to wait until yours starts. Alright, you're gonna call the next one 15. Alright, so this is number 1. I'll get it on tag. Okay. You can be after that because Daybreaker did call at first, so you can be the next one. So you reckon 15. It's just going to keep going up. By the end of the stream, you're going to get one after 372. Why? Okay, so that's 2. Okay. Why are you doing this? I think my internet's stuffing up at the moment. 2, 3, 4, 5. There's the toadies. 5, 6. Yeah, it does it sometimes when your internet's stuffing up a little bit. They won't load properly, but they'll despawn but then respawn. Six. We'll just continue on. We'll just won't acknowledge that happened. I think that's 7, 8, 9. Oh, see, it keeps doing it. 10. Yeah, it seems to be a bit dicky at the moment. To be honest, Daybreaker is a good fire type name. 11, 12, 13. Alright, we've only got 2 more chances here. Oh my god, no, I thought it was going to despawn again. 14. To the car. I am going to have to grab some water. That's the worst thing about being sick. It's just like because of all the snot that I've been injecting from my body over the past week, I'm like really dehydrated. Lucky last one. Unfortunately we did not get one from that round. So Negan will be next with the 10. The guess of 10. Ripperoonies. Alright. 1. Or did I already click? Alright, we'll just. I'm not sure if I already clicked on that one or not, so. 1. 2. 3, 4, turn in. You can do it. Why are they being rude all of a sudden? 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, or you... This is just getting annoying now. Seems to be a glitch with the game, because they keep spawning and then, like, despawning and then respawning and then... No. And... 10. Sorry, all you guys are wrong. Wrong. Foxes have attitude. Have you ever seen a movie with a fox? They do. They're very foxy. I reckon we're going to get a shiny right now. Damn it. I wanted to name a shiny after myself. It's in 3 more. Okay. 15 again. Alright, we'll do Elijah's 3 and then we'll do your 15 again. Todd doesn't have an attitude in Fox in there. How do you know? Maybe he does. He just doesn't show it on screen. He's like your typical actor that everybody thinks is just like the nicest person in the world, but off camera, they're really just a jerk. 1, 2, 3. No, unfortunately, we didn't get 3. Will you stop being so aggressive? I'm going to run out of Pokeballs if you keep doing this. Not even halfway through the day. This is like the one thing that I hate about starter Pokemon as their Comday Pokemon. They're just such a pain in the ass to catch. Alright, 1, 2. That is 3. Good luck on the guessing. You gotta go sleep. No worries, Taff. Thanks for tuning in. Enjoy your sleep. Sending you shiny vibes for your com day tomorrow. Four. 5. 6. Alright, this guessing game just obviously... it's not working anymore because we're not getting shinies. 7. After this lot, I'll go in and finish the research off. 8. Where are you shinies? Come to me now. Where are you shinies? Come to me now. This is 8, yeah? 8. 9. Shiny vibes! Come on! 10. 5 more. Otherwise, you lose again. The Johto starters are stalking me. And I still remember Totodile Community Day. It was one of the first ones that I did in the city. Hey, another tiny. This is 12, I think. Yeah, 11, 12, one or the other. Yeah, it was one of the first ones that I actually did in the city. Once I started doing the YouTube stuff, and it was a good day. It was like a really nice day, and I was at Carlton Gardens and took a whole bunch of like AR pictures and stuff with Totodile in the fountain, and it was a good day. I wish the enjoyment of the game was like what it was back then. We'll just call that one 12 because I can't remember what we're up to. 13, 14, And the lucky last drum roll. It is a non-shiny. Sorry guys, but your luck has worn off. No shinies. Alright, let's get this research done. This one might be half decent, being 427. Like I said, I'm pretty sure the hundo was 440. Not too bad. Could be a little bit better. We'll star it for now. It's one of the better ones that we've had for the day. It's gone very quiet, shiny wise. Hey, there's one. See, as soon as you guys stopped guessing, the shiny came. It's like, I'm not coming out until you guys stop trying to guess when I'm going to pop up. And another terrible IV one. Okay, so what are we on shinies for the day? We're on 9. So 9 shinies and a hundo for the day so far. Not too bad. We're almost halfway through the day. You reckon 13 more? Oh, I really need water. You're up to 8 shinies. Just behind me. That was 8 checks, I'm pretty sure. 9. 10. It looks like this part of the nest is a Carablast nest, which is a shiny that I actually still need as well. Wouldn't mind a shiny Carablast. It's actually not a bad shiny. Hey Lamborghini, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. How have you been? Actually, before we spin these, do I have? Yes, I do. Don't say you need water, it's gonna start raining. Nah, the sky doesn't look too threatening. It is a bit cloudy, but I think we'll be alright for rain today, hopefully. But I do need water. I'm pretty much back at the car. I can see it from here. Can you ask a question? You just did. It's like you asked me a question to ask if you could ask a question. But yes, you may ask a question. You a question? Wait, what? Okay. He wants to ask you a question again. You need to be specific, because if you're asking me in the chat whether you can ask, it's like I'm just going to assume you're talking to me. Can I ask 2 questions? Well, again, you just asked a question. It's like, just ask, dude. Usually you don't have to ask a question, like just ask the question. Give me a second while I hydrate. Ugh. Alright. Hopefully, that will sustain me until the next time we make it back around to the car. It took us like an hour and a half to do a lap, so at this rate, if we just take another hour and a half, by the time I get back around, Com Day will be done, and I'll be able to have a drink. I honestly don't remember what we're up to counting, so I apologize, but if we get one out of this, you win. Oh, how do you have a Volker? Hey, there you go, you win. We got a shiny. I'm pretty sure that was within the count anyway, so. I have a lot of rare candy, yeah. I have a lot of rare candies stockpiled right now as well. I have like 400 plus sort of thing, rare candies. Because if you've got nothing to spend them on, then they just start stockpiling. So let's see. Items. I have 434 rare candies and 62 XLs. And 8 rocket raiders. So yeah, they just start stockpiling after a while. Because they used to put, like every time we'd get a new legendary and stuff like that, I would like drop like 100 into each one of them, or same with mythicals. But it's been, had new things, and a lot of the newer ones that we have had, like the Tapus and stuff like that, I just haven't felt like they've really been worth giving 100 rare candies to. And I already have nearly 1,000 Mewtwo candies or something like that, so it's just like, do I really need to give Mewtwo any more candies? Like, how many candies do I have for Mewtwo? Yeah, 956 and 276 XLs, so it's like, do I really need more candies for Mewtwo? So yeah, that shiny that we just got was our 10th shiny for the day. So not too bad. We're basically halfway through and we've got 10 shinies. So if we can get another 10 shinies, that's like 20 shinies for the day and a hundo. I reckon that's a pretty good run. So we'll finish off this. That's another rocket radar. So now I have 9 rocket radars. Ninja the chicken. Wait, what? Of course the moth has to be in it. Yeah, it's because Niantic's greedy. They want people to spend money to hatch it. Because, I mean, essentially, eggs are loot boxes in this game. So they put Pokemon like that into eggs to force people to spend money to hatch the eggs. And then they make them incredibly rare. So you've basically no chance of hatching, or very, very, very insignificant chance of getting one from your free incubator. So you have to try and use your paid incubators to get them. And I've seen people on Twitter which have hatched like hundreds and hundreds of eggs and still don't have like the new Pokemon and stuff like that. So yeah, they've made it a lot harder than it used to be. Like back when they first started putting stuff into eggs like that, it honestly wasn't too hard to get them. Like you'd have to hatch maybe a batch or two of eggs, but you would usually get the new Pokemon. Yeah, I've seen people hatch like hundreds and hundreds and not get it. And actually looks like the day is clearing up quite nicely right now. It's nice sitting in the sun like this, nice and warm. What's my favorite Shundo in my collection? Well, it's not a difficult... I only have 2 to choose from. It would probably be Milotic, just because it's such a rare one. Because Phoebus is a fairly rare spawn. And then, so I will rehash what I just said in case you guys didn't hear it. Yeah, Milotic from the research day. But I mean, the two that I have are pretty cool because they have Milotic and Whale Lord. So, two fairly rare ones, but iconic ones. Everybody loves Milotic and everybody loves 4-star and shiny. So we have good old Shanos. I got that in GoFest last year. Yeah, the global GoFest last year. The day one had just finished, and I thought that I was done with my shinies for the day, and I clicked on a random Whalmer, and it was a shiny. I was like, oh, nice. I just got another shiny for the day. Then I checked the stats, and I'm like, oh my god, it's a Shundo. It was my first wild Shundo. So does it tell me? I got a... no. Oh yeah, GoFest 2022. So you got it from GoFest 2022, and then the Milotic was from the Milotic Research Day, but it doesn't tell you. Because that was back before it told you which event that we got them from. But that was my first and only one for ages. That was back in 2019. So that first one was in 2019, and my second one was in 2020. So they were 3 years apart. So they're fairly rare. You're tired. No worries, Leon. Thanks for tuning in, dude. Enjoy your evening. Good luck for your com day. Hopefully you get plenty of shinies. Sending you some shiny vibes. You haven't got any Shundos. You're at level 30. Dude, like, they're rare. Like, it's just luck of the draw, really. You just have to get lucky enough that when you encounter a hundo that it's a shiny Pokemon as well, and getting both of them together it's fairly rare. There are some people out there which have a few of them, but I guarantee you those people that have quite a few Shundos are people that grind the game a lot, or people that have done a lot of trades, because the vast majority of people that have the vast majority of the Shundos that they would have gotten would have come from trades more than likely. Finding one in the wild or getting one from research is just, it's not an easy thing. The odds are quite high. Because I know that Negan's got a few, but I'm pretty sure that the vast majority that she's got would have been from trades and stuff. Looks like my prediction came true, Jimmy. That Delphox of yours is downright delightful. Delightful Delphox. Dancing diligently with a didgeridoo. Say that 10 times fast. Delphox gazed into the flames at the tip of their branches to achieve a focused state, allowing them to see into the future. And when they use their psychic powers, they can generate a fiery vortex, incinerating foes swept into this whirl of flames. It's a wonder their branches don't catch fire. Could Delphox be using their psychic powers to protect their branches? If you continue observing your Delphox, perhaps you'll find the answer. But until then, thank you for spending another day researching with me. See you later, Jimmy. Bye! Bye, Professor. Your two Shundo Rays from trades, yeah. Alright, there we go. Our research is done for the day. 422. This one is actually going to be not too bad. You're so lucky. Yeah, I haven't received any hundos from trades. The closest, like I said, the closest thing that I've gotten to a hundo / shundo from a trade has been this, which was 92%. Alright, so shiny checks for the day. We are on 10 still, so I will start walking again. Go away. I just want my stops, thank you very much. Ooh, got an evolution item. Not that we need it, but it's there. Actually, before I go, One more sip of water. Water's good. Kind of wish you didn't get rid of your maid. I knew that you'd end up regretting it, dude. Unfortunately, it's one of those things. But you're saving so much money. Yeah, you got to look at the bright side, sort of thing. Water on my screen. Whoops. 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 I'll start using great balls since I don't have a lot of normal Pokeballs left. Save them for the shinies. Yeah, a lot of people these days are saving a lot of money since they've nerfed the raid passes. Oh my god, stop wasting them. Yeah, you can see the big difference in the amount of people that are attending the raid hours and stuff. It's down dramatically, so everybody's just like, yeah, we're not spending money, we're saving money these days. Which is fair enough, I don't blame people. As I was saying at the start of the stream, Niantic could have stopped the amount of like raids that they thought people were doing, the remote raids, just by limiting the amount people could do in a day. They didn't have to also raise the price, because I think that was just a bit greedy on their behalf, sort of thing. To be honest, you don't ever delete accounts in games. You keep them in case you want them. Yeah, it's always worth just holding on to them. You never know. But then that temptation is always there, I suppose. You were doing $200 a week. But I mean, there's a lot of people out there which have just stopped spending the amount of money that they were spending and still, missed it, still using their main account, sort of thing. As I was saying, sort of, since they've done the nerf on the remote raid passes, there's so many people which have just gone free to play. You just got a shiny 14, 13, 14. Damn, dude. Nice. Nice. That's what you want to see. Boo. 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 Bloody trappage. Boo. You don't spend money on the game, so you... I mean, there are some things which are worth spending a bit of money on. Like, not spending money on the raid passes and, like, incense and egg, like, incubators and stuff like that. That's one thing, but, you know, spending a bit of money on, like, the ticketed events that are, like, big events, you know, they're worth doing sometimes. Maybe not the amount of money that Niantic charges for them, but those events can be fun. I was always a free-to-play player until they started introducing the paid ticketed events. Like, for such a long time playing this game, up until the Regigigas event, that was our first event where that was actually like a paid ticketed event. I didn't spend any money. So all the raids that I did just came through gym coins. So I was very vigilant on making sure that I got my gym coins every single day. So I always had like 10 to 15 Pokemon in gyms. It was a lot of work to maintain that, because I had to make sure that I had stuff in gyms every day. I had to make sure that I got knocked out of gyms every day. But I would say, like, they had good boxes back in those days. So usually for like $14 you could buy like 20 passes in like one of the boxes or something. So I would save up my coins and then buy a box, and then I'd have a whole bunch of passes that would usually last me for like the big raid events and stuff. You got a shiny Jolteon right now? Nice, dude. If the events ever got cheaper, maybe, but you don't care enough. Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Hey Josh, how you doing, dude? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the dono, man. Much appreciated. How have you been? How are you traveling, good sir? A lot of people are like that. I guess the draw of Pokemon Go is really what Niantic originally wanted people to do, and that's get out into the real world and play the game. Catch Pokemon, you know, while you're actually in the real world. And that doesn't appeal to some people. A lot of people just enjoy the Pokemon stuff, but doing it from the comfort of their own home in the warmth and all that sort of stuff, which is, you know, that's fair enough, man. That's fair enough. You're doing almost 2 million XP a week, and that was bad. Oh man, I mean, you were great, you know, keeping yourself occupied, doing something. I mean, yes, you were spending the money on the game, but you were, you know, keeping yourself occupied while doing it. And now you can buy you a Freddo Frog. Again, thank you for another dono, dude. Yeah, man, I'm just getting over a cold at the moment. So I've been sick for the last week, so if I sound a bit snotty and nasally, that is why. But I went to the footy yesterday, watched my team absolutely dominate Adelaide, which was good. Had a good day at the football, and yeah, getting over being sick, so I can't complain too much. It's difficult when you don't really enjoy leaving the house, and when you're a young person. Most parents don't allow kids to go out alone, so some kids miss out. Yeah. But you can always just go for a walk around the block. Oh, give me another 10k egg. Why? It's given me 2 10k eggs today. As soon as I've opened up egg space, it's just like, here, have 10ks. You know how much you love hatching 10ks. It's just like, duh! Damn you! Yeah, things have definitely changed from when I was a kid, though. Like, we didn't really have, like, we had video games and stuff. Like, when I was a kid, we didn't have the internet. Like, the internet wasn't a thing back in those days. So, you know, there wasn't that whole social media thing. There wasn't streams. There wasn't, you know, so you had to keep yourself occupied in some way, and you could only play video games for so long. So you would go outside, you'd go to the park, you'd go for a bike ride, you'd go for a walk, like you'd walk your dog around the block, all that sort of stuff. It's something that kids don't really do a lot of these days. But back when I was a kid, I used to go out like all the time. Mind you, where I lived, it was a relatively safe neighborhood sort of thing. So my parents could let me go outside and walk around. They weren't too worried about, you know, me being abducted or any of that sort of stuff. And we had parks that were close, you know, sort of thing. So it was easy for me to just go for a walk down to the park or something like that. In the grand scheme of things, Pokemon Go is a kid's game. Not really. For the simple fact, like, what we've just been talking about, is just like the amount of money that you've got to spend on the game to enjoy it. It's not really a kid's game, because kids can't afford that money. Kids can't afford the ticketed events. They can't afford to do remote raids all the time. So it's not really a kid's game. A lot of people think that Pokemon is for kids, but it's the main demographic is actually in between. I think it's 22 to 35, something like that. Because most of the people that are playing it grew up with it, sort of thing. So it's not really, it's a family friendly game. It's not just a kid's game. You just got a wild Lopunny. shiny deli. Am I ready to clap Mewtwo stick cheeks? Unfortunately, where I live, probably not going to happen, just because there's not going to be enough people that are going to be interested in it. Our raid group has basically died, so probably not where I live. And I honestly don't think it's worth travelling to go and do it, because I would have to travel like into Melbourne, and so I'll play it by ear. Like, I would like to do some, but unfortunately I don't think it's going to happen, because yeah, I live in a semi-rural location where most people just don't play the game anymore. Like, I may have seen 1 or 2 people out playing the game today. I'm not sure. I just saw people with their phones out, but they could have been doing any other thing. But for the most part, I'm really the only person that's down here doing comp days and stuff these days. So there's just no interest in the game around here anymore. So introducing raid stuff like that you can't remote raid is basically just the death nail for communities like ours, just because there's just nobody around to do them. So it's a little bit disappointing. I do have a few shiny Mewtwo's already, sort of thing. Shadow Mewtwo's rather. Getting a shiny one would be nice. Mewtwo, we have 4 already. So 2 stars, 1 star, 2 stars, and then 3 stars. So that one's my best one. So we have a couple of decent ones already. I don't think having a shiny version of a Pokemon that we've already got multiples is really going to be a draw card for a lot of people, though. Like I said, especially around here. 747, we should name him Jumbo. It'd be cool if it was actually a huge. That would make more sense. How you going, Yu Chang? Welcome in, dude. How are you today? Welcome. You gotta go. Good luck. The next shiny is in 12. Okay, no worries, Elijah. Have a good day, dude. Good evening. Take it easy. It's more blowy on this side of the trail than it was on the other one. It's a bit cold. It was nice on the other side where there was like no wind and the sun was out. To be honest, you're happy not doing any of the Go Fests, tickets or whatever else. You don't really have the time for it anyway. And fair enough. To each their own. Yeah, not everybody is interested in everything. Some people like skateboarding, other people don't. Some people like going to nightclubs, other people don't. Some people just like sitting around on their PCs playing video games all day. Some people don't, you know. Everybody's different. Not gonna judge you guys for what you do, what you don't do. But if you don't subscribe to the channel, like I said, guys, be sure to hit that thumbs up button. We'll just, 12, that's not too bad. Yeah, be sure to hit the thumbs up button if you haven't already. I forgot to count. Alright, we'll just count from now because I wasn't counting which ones. So that's 1. Hey, we got it on 2. Another Incense spawn shiny. I guess we'll name this one after Josh since the donos and such. Oh my god, my nose. Snotty and I don't like it. It's also terrible IVs and I don't like that either. How far away is Pro Planty? You thought Zoe was coming down your way too. Is she? She might be, I don't know. Thing is if Zoe plays, that'll be in Sydney, you'll go. Yeah, she does go to Sydney on a semi-regular basis because she's in Newcastle. Newcastle is only like an hour and a half from Sydney or something like that. I'm in Melbourne, which is in Victoria, which is the state underneath New South Wales, where Sydney is, and Proplant is in South Australia, which is the state next to Victoria. So we're all scattered apart by states, sort of thing. So Proplant is probably an 8 or 9 hour drive from me. Zoe's probably like a 10 to 12 hour drive from me, sort of thing. If Zoe is coming down, I'm sure I'll hear from her, sort of thing. She'll send me a message letting me know that she's heading. I know that she's in Brisbane today for this com day because I saw her posting up on Twitter earlier. She was doing a meetup in Brisbane. So yeah, if she's heading down to Melbourne, she'll let me know. She's heading down so we can catch up, sort of thing. Because we have our little friend group of people that she usually lets know when she's coming down, so we can catch up for dinner or something, or events or all that sort of stuff. With all the negativity lately, you're thankful for me. Well, thanks, dude. I'm thankful for you guys too. I mean, you guys are my community, and without you guys, I would be even more negative than I are. Because don't get me wrong, I know what the negativity in the game is for, because I'm very much on the same page. Like, I don't like what Niantic's doing to the game at the moment. They seem to be really trying to kill it off, which is disappointing. Like, the community is just in shambles. So yeah, I appreciate you guys hanging around as well, because I mean, like I said, without you guys, I don't have my YouTube channel, I don't stream this stuff, it would put me back in a depressive state of life. So yeah, you guys are awesome. Thank you for being here. Much appreciated. You're up to 12. I'm up to 12 now as well. This is my 12th one right now. Seems it's going to be a photo finish today. Who's going to get more, me or Negan? I was heading to blow my nose again. My nose, I hate it. It's full of snot. Ugh, it's disgusting. You'd rather spend your money on other games, which you like 100% more than Pokemon Go. Plus, you're trying to save for both the Zelda games, Breath of the Wild, DLC, and Tears of the Kingdom. I've already got Breath of the Wild, which I still haven't finished playing. I need to finish playing it before I can start playing Tears of the Kingdom. I was thinking of maybe streaming it on the channel, but then I was like, nobody's going to watch Breath of the Wild anymore because they're all interested in Tears of the Kingdom. So what do? I'm sort of stuck in a place where I'm like, do I stream Breath of the Wild and then do Tears of the Kingdom, or do I just do Breath of the Wild off stream and then do Tears of the Kingdom on stream? And it's just like, what do I do? What do I do? You haven't got to catch as many streams lately, but you always love jumping in here and just BSing with you. Pokemon on up. Yeah, well, that's probably going to be something. Like, I appreciate it, first off. Like, cheers, dude. But yeah, that's something that I've been discussing with you guys over the past few weeks, just with the decline of Pokemon Go, especially since, you know, recent things that have happened in the game. It's not something that's I can't speak because my nose is blocked. It's not something that's sustainable on the channel anymore. So I am going to have to start branching out into other stuff. So I will start playing other games. So yeah, like I was saying, I want to do like Zelda and just start moving on to other game adventures and stuff like that. Like, I'll still play this for as long as I can with you guys, but yeah, I think it's time to start branching out and doing other stuff. What I really should have done is back during the COVID stuff, when we started streaming other stuff on Twitch, when I was playing Among Us with like the Go Squad and that, I started streaming more on Twitch. I should have kept going with that, and I could have had like an established Twitch channel now where I could do other stuff over on Twitch and then do stuff here on YouTube and have a bit more of a diversity. But I sort of let that die off because I just wasn't motivated enough to do stuff because I was going through stuff at the time, so I just didn't have the energy to have like multiple things going. And now that it's died off a bit, it's just like every time I do try and stream on Twitch, it's just like there's nobody here. Oh, I'm sad. Oh my god, my nose. You're heading to bed. Thanks for streaming, Jimmy. Catch you. No worries, Molly. Thank you for tuning in. Enjoy your evening. Good luck for your com day. Sending you some shiny vibes. Hey Chom, how you doing, dude? Welcome, welcome. How's your day? I'm gonna have to blow my nose in a second, guys. So prepare for the chunkiness, because we're gonna have more chunkiness soon. So I will forewarn those people with headphones and stuff like before. You might not want to listen to, because it's probably gonna sound pretty gross. To be honest, as a completely unprofessional streamer, aka you have never streamed in your life, you should stream whatever you want without any outside pressure. It's your channel. That's the thing. It's not so much the outside pressure. It's just the YouTube thing, because YouTube, they have a preference of what, if you've established a channel that's sort of based on a certain thing, then they sort of want you to stick to that thing. If you try and diversify too much, then you sort of fall out of the algorithm because it doesn't know where to place you in it. So that's something like, that's why most YouTubers will focus on one thing. You do have variety streamers and like content creators and stuff like that, but they started off sort of doing that stuff, so it's easier for them to fit into like a niche of like a whole different like bunch of different things. Whereas if you're doing one thing for so long, it's hard to sort of branch out into other things. That's why you see most streamers, i.e. like we'll use the Go Squad and stuff like that as like perfect example. Like Zoe, Nick, and all the others sort of thing. They have their YouTube channel, which is basically around Pokemon and Pokemon Go. And then if they do anything else, it's usually over on Twitch. Just because if they started doing other stuff on their channel, like if you see some of the videos from Cricket and Holly like that recently, they've been covering some of the other Niantic games. It doesn't have the same following, it doesn't have the same amount of eyes on it, just because they release a video and YouTube's just going, hang on, this isn't what you usually do, we're not going to show as many people. Let's get out the boogers. Yeah, it's not so much bugs, it's more so horrible mucus that is blocking my soul. I'm about to eject my soul from my nose, guys. You've been warned. Yeah, go on my nose. Ugh. Gross. Ugh. There we go. That'll do for the next little bit. Make YouTube great again. No, it's just the way that the platform's set up. Or better than it was before, you don't know. I'm not good. Oh my god. At hashtags, if YouTube couldn't tell. You know how hard that is to read when it just looks like a jumble of letters? When there's spaces and it's all in lowercase, it's just like, what? Did you just mash the keyboard? Yeah, it gets very difficult to read. YouTube has definitely changed from what it was back when it first started. Like, a lot of the people that you see doing the variety stuff, i.e. like Moist Critical, like Jacksepticeye, Pewds, Markiplier, like all the old school people, they started doing content back when it didn't really matter what you did on YouTube, people would watch, but because it's such a cutthroat thing these days, because there's millions and millions and millions of people which trying to have YouTube channels, that's just hard to break into that. So you need to find your niche and then sort of stick to it to grow an audience, and that's why you try not to diversify too much. Yeah, those guys lucked out just because they started making their content back in a time when it didn't really matter, sort of thing. There wasn't as many limitations as there is today. Minecraft, but it's actually Pokemon Go. They do have like what is it, Pokemon, which is like Pokemon in Minecraft. Good old Pixelmon. The only problem with that is it was made, like the mod was made on like old school Minecraft. So to play it these days, you need to have like an ancient version of Minecraft still installed on your computer. Would have been nice if they kept the mod updated with the newer versions of Minecraft. I haven't played Minecraft in a long time either these days. It felt, not really. I mean, Pixelmon was really good. A lot of people played it, and I think they've still got a pretty good following these days. But like I said, it's hard to keep it as popular as it would have been because it's on an old version of Minecraft, and there's just a lot of stuff that is in the newer versions which isn't in that, just because, you know, it's such an older version. So if they updated it, it'd probably have a lot more of a following. Oh, Minecraft Earth. Due to our friend COVID. Oh, yeah, okay, yes, okay, the Minecraft. I know what you're talking about now. Like, you confused me for a second. Like, oh, you mean the in-world Minecraft thing? Yeah, I remember that. Hey, shiny. Little silver fox. I think the problem with it is because of the success of Pokemon Go, there was a lot of companies trying to sort of imitate it and break into that market of just like, oh, people like these augmented reality in world games, but it was a fad. Whereas in the only people that really still play that are the hardcore players that still play Pokemon Go. There's not a lot of other in real world games which had that same appeal. Didn't matter what the franchise was that it was sort of covering. Yeah, it was more of just that uniqueness of a new genre of game coming onto the market and everybody just being like, oh wow, this is so cool. It was the novelty of the whole thing, but that wore off, and once that wore off, all these other games sort of died off. And it's happened to Niantic. I mean, look at the amount of other games that they've had which have been AR games, which have just dropped off. Like the Harry Potter game died off. What other games have they had? Oh, they've had quite a few. I just can't remember how many games they've had which have actually collapsed into the ground. But most of the games that Niantic have done, the only reason why Pokemon is really still going is just because Pokemon is the most successful franchise in the world. So people are just, you know, more willing to keep playing Pokemon because it's Pokemon. Like, if this game wasn't Pokemon, it probably would have died off a long time ago as well. Like, for instance, if they started doing this with a Harry Potter game, it just wouldn't have had the same success as what the Pokemon Go has had. Yeah, it's a monopoly now. That's why they don't bring back remote passes. That's not really the reason why they got rid of remote passes. They got rid of remote raid passes because they're trying to get people out into the real world. It's because they're trying to sell your data. They want your location. Like, that's where they make the majority of their money. They get a lot of money from in-game purchases and all that sort of stuff, but the majority of the money that they would have got is from selling your location data to companies, like mapping companies and all that sort of stuff. So that's more valuable to them than remote raid passes. So the reason why they nerf that stuff is because they want people out in the real world again, because they can't sell that data if people are just sitting at home raiding all day. Pikmin Bloom is the only... Yeah, I've never played Pikmin. And again, that only appeals... Like, Pikmin appeals to a very small, niche audience compared to Pokemon does, because there are fewer people that play it, so it's not as big of a game. How you been playing Pikmin Bloom? You really enjoyed it. You have some rare OG Christmas skin. Yeah, see, the thing about that is things are going to be rarer in that for the simple fact that it is a rare, not a rare, but it's a lesser known franchise. So it has a smaller player base to begin with. So things like that are going to be a lot rarer. In Pokemon Go, most people have the shinies, most people have, legendaries, most people have all the rare things, even the costume Pokemon. There's not a lot of rare stuff in Pokemon Go just because of the amount of people that have it. So alright, we got 50 minutes left, guys. In our last hour for the day, so we'll do a quick shiny check, see how many we're sitting on, how many we're going to finish with for the day. I'll just quickly check these little dudes. Little flamey, fiery foxes. More shinies, okay. We have 6, 12, 14. So we're on 14 shinies for the day. So can we get 6 more in this last hour? That is the question. Can we finish off with 20 for the day? You never played Pikmin before. It was the first Pikmin game. After that, you bought Pikmin 3. Well, their marketing worked then. They got you to get into the franchise by... Timos, you like the mainline Pikmin games. You can't wait for Pikmin 4. We have been waiting for over 10 years. Yeah. Well, the thing about Pokemon Go is when they first released it, it was just before Let's Go Pikachu came out. So people were waiting, like it was in between the main series games, and people were waiting for their first main series game to be released on the Switch, because it went from the DS, and people were just like, okay, so what's the next one going to be released on? Is it going to be another DS game, or is it going to be a main series game? So when they did Let's Go Pikachu, that got everybody hyped for a new Pokemon game to be released on the Switch, and that kept people like occupied for a bit. But then Pokemon Go sort of got a whole bunch of people back into the Pokemon franchise that hadn't been into Pokemon for so long. So people like me, for instance, hadn't played a Pokemon game in years and years and years and years. And Pokemon Go sort of rekindled that, oh, Pokemon's cool sort of thing. And so they did the Let's Go Pikachu game. And these two games kept people sort of occupied until they did Sword and Shield. And then once those came out, a lot of people sort of died off from Pokemon. Like once that came out, Pokemon Go's sort of hype really dropped off as well. And then yeah, with the release of the newest ones with Scarlet and Violet, you saw that happen again, where a lot of the people that were just waiting for the next Pokemon game got into playing Pokemon Go. Once that came out, they just put Pokemon Go down and started playing the main series games again. Go up to 13. Again, there's only one difference. How many shinies? You're still on 10. I'm on 14. 14 shinies, 1 hundo for the day. Actually, let's do another check. Maybe we have got another hundo that we just haven't seen it. Let me just shiny check these little boys. Oh, good. Okay, the other one despawned on me. Never mind. 4-star. No. Only the one hundo for the day. I need to pee. It's the one drawback of drinking all that water before. I need to pee now. You might head off now. Have a good day, but no worries, Daybreaker. Thank you for tuning in. Much appreciated. Enjoy the rest of your day. Pee! I need to pee! Thing is, I drank all that water, but I'm still dehydrated. Like, the back of my throat is still dry. Yeah, it's just the mucus from being sick. I need to get some, on the way home I might actually get some hydrolyte or something like that, something that'll get the electrolytes back into me, because that's what it is. I'm just low on electrolytes. Get some proper hydration. Stream on the stream. No, I think I'll be right. That can be the new parts of the stream sort of thing. We can start a new niche market on YouTube. The urination streams. Funnily enough, like, not so much that, but there has been some fairly weird niche things on YouTube. Like, if you've seen some of the, like, the fetish videos and stuff like that. Like, it was one of the guys that I was watching, not him doing it, but he talks about that sort of stuff, like some of the old things that used to happen on YouTube, and some of the sick and twisted stuff that's been on YouTube. And one of them was, I'm not sure if it's such a big thing anymore, but there were like smoking fetishes, and people would basically do like smoking cigarettes like excessively sort of thing. And there was one dude that basically you could see him slowly degrading. Like, he'd started off the channel, he looked relatively healthy, but then like he was just smoking, and you could see him slowly decaying on camera. And he got to the point where, you know, he had cancers and all that sort of stuff, and it was just like, you're basically watching some dude like slowly killing himself. I was like, that's pretty twisted. And there was all these people in the comments that were just like, oh yeah, this is so sexy, and oh, listen to him wheeze and blah blah. And it was just like, bro, what the hell is wrong with people? So there is some pretty weird stuff on YouTube. Doing urination streams, I don't think would, for anybody that's just come into the chat, you've come in at a very weird time. But I just said that I needed to pee, so I was just talking about weird things that you see on YouTube. So, just to give you guys some context. Do. Huh. Come on, we need some shinies. Shinies. Whole bunch of little fire types. Yeah, so I think this side of the nest is definitely a Cyndaquil nest. because there's multiple nests around here, as I've told you guys before. Basically, this whole green area is classed as like 3 or 4 different nests. And there's the toadies. Alright, so we've got like 45 minutes left. How many shinies do you think we're going to get, guys, in this last? Do you think we can make it to the 20? We still need 6 more. It's unlikely going to happen, but it wouldn't be the first time where we've like smashed out, you know, 6 or 7 shinies in the last half an hour. What are your estimates? What are we guessing? I reckon we can get at least 2 or 3 more. So I'm going to say, what are we? We're on 14 now. I reckon we're going to finish with 17, maybe 18 if we're lucky. You reckon 4 more? Like I said, that'll get us to 18. Hey, alright, there's number 1. So that is 15 shinies for the day. I think I just got to keep clicking. I know in the last hour or so, I definitely haven't been clicking on as many. Like, we stopped at the car before and had something to drink and sat there for a few minutes. But yeah, this hour we definitely haven't been clicking on as many. Hang on, Amen. Welcome in. How you doing? Not too shiny. Still haven't got a back-to-back shiny today. But yeah, as we were discussing at the start of the stream, the spawns definitely seem to have been down today in comparison to other oh my god, com days. Today is com day, Jimmy. So yeah, I feel that we probably would have ended up with more shinies if the spawns were a bit more. I've seen a lot of stuff like these Cyndaquils and Totodile seem to be clogging up a lot of the spawns. Ayo! Yeah, this part of the trail is always the quietest. There's not as many because you just don't have the stops along here. I really wish we did. Like back when the game was a lot more popular, we had people that were trying to put stuff down here to get turned into stops, but because basically we're walking up like a dirt path, the river's on one side, there's a paddock on the other side that's like an orchard that just grows fruit and that. There's nothing down here to really turn into Pokestops. Hey, there we go. There's number 2. So we've got 2 in the last 5 minutes. We have a chance of actually... We may end up with the 20 if we can keep pulling them in this quickly. His name's we caught it at 420 as well. So we have to call him Blaze. 420 Blaze. It's only fitting we catch a fire type at 420 and call him Blaze. Love from India. Sending you guys some love back from Australia as well. Sending love and shiny vibes. Seems that the incense spawns are going to be my best bet at trying to get the shinies now, with the last couple have come off the incense spawns. At the 14. Come on, little shiny fellas. Yeah, it's funny. I was out, like I said, I was at the footy yesterday, standing. I suppose it was because I was standing on concrete all day and just standing stationary, but been out for basically the same amount of time, but I was a lot more sore yesterday, even though I'm walking around today. It's funny, walking around is so much easier on your body than just standing stationary for a long period of time. I was standing stationary on concrete for, about 3 hours. My legs were pretty sore by the time I got home. Like, my feet were getting sore by the end of the day. But today has been not too bad walking around. I was a bit worried about walking around again today because I was like, oh no, my feet are going to be so sore. But we lucked out. Ugh. Come on, little shinies. We need 4 more of you in the next 40 minutes. That's 1 every 10 minutes. At least 1 every 10 minutes. We're getting back to our main spawn, so we'll see how we go. Just keep on clicking. I might go plus with me all day as well, and I haven't had it running. Why do you do that? I don't want to click on that. I need to click on the Delphox. You know what? Just get out of the way. I have a feeling that the Fennekin rather, is gonna... yeah, of course. I knew you were gonna do that. Just because I'm trying to get to that, so you... Why you gotta be so difficult? Yeah, I missed it. I hate that so much. I hate that. You got all this space to spawn, but they spawn right on top of each other. It's like, why? And it always seems to be that when they do spawn on top of each other, again, it spawns right on top of the other one. This is a bit of space between these. It always seems to be that the one that it spawns on top of is the one that you click on first, and it's always the most aggressive Pokemon that just will not stay in the ball. So you've basically got no time to try and click on the Incense spawn. Happens like every single comm day. Yeah, it's been one of the things that I've sort of suggested since the start of the comm days and just using Incense all the time. They need to make a radius that they won't spawn on top of each other. If something's already there, like within the vicinity of the player, it'll force the Incense spawn to be sort of next to it, or a little bit away from it, so you don't actually have to click on it or spawn on top of each other, rather. You know what? I'm sickly. It's been a long day. My brain's been working hard. I can't think words anymore. Hey Lachlan, how you doing, dude? Welcome in. Words are hard at the best of times, but when your head's full of sick, they're even harder. Words be hard, okay? Hey, there we go. That is 3. got 3 more and half an hour to go. I reckon we'll be able to get to the 20. We'll just keep charging through like we are. Even though I really want to stop at the car and get some water while I'm here, but I figure there's only half an hour left. I can... Actually, I will. I think hydration while I'm sick is more important than shiny Pokemon. Still haven't got a decent shiny for the day though. Alright. Quick pit stop. Let's do this like a Formula 1 driver. Like, in and out in 2 seconds. Done. Ah, Smiggles spawns. I must keep them. Hey, there we go. There's another one. This one is another Incense. Oh no, this one isn't. I thought it was Incense spawn. I think that's number 18 for me now. I'll have to do a check. But I'm pretty sure that's 18. So we just check these little guys. Still no back to back. Can we get another one? Come on, little silver fox. Not the one. Alright, do a check. Shiny 6, 12, 18. Yep, okay, so we only need 2 more to get to 20. I reckon we're going to be able to do it. So that'd be 6 that we got in the last, like, 40 minutes. If we can do it, that is. Got half an hour as well, so if I walk fast enough I can probably get another lap completed. Right, yeah, halfway through that egg. Like I said, I really need to pee though, so I didn't want to get too far from the toilets because it's like, oh, I gotta pee. So is there any new guesses? Because like I said, I'm pretty sure we'll get to the 20. But do you guys reckon we can get past 20 for the day? Or you reckon 20 will be it? Pee on a tree. Well, there's a lot of them around. Hey, there we go. That's 19. Still only 1 star though. No matter what I do, I cannot get a decent shiny today. It's probably because I got the hundo from like the first research task of the day. Speaking of research tasks. Oh yeah. Best I finish this, eh? I think I got the other research tasks to collect as well. Not bad. Could be better. Like I said, I think I'm just getting shafted on all the other IVs for the day because of the shiny. The hundo from earlier, rather. ones down here though. You're going to go have a break now. Had a boring Zoom call from 9 AM to 2 PM. Should be able to tune into the Spotlight Hour. No worries, dude. I thought watching the stream would have been part of your break time, but you know, okay, whatever. Joking. But no. You do what you need to, dude. Take care. Hey James, how you doing, dude? Come on, we only need one more. Sick, got a cold on top of having body flu. Damn, man. I know how you feel. I am just getting over being sick. It's not fun. It's not fun. My head is still filled with thick, icky mucus. So unfortunately, you guys have had to listen to me blowing my nose today a few times, which I can't imagine has been pleasant, but I've had some, yeah, horrible snotty ick coming out. Yeah, being sick is the worst. So I can totally sympathize with you, dude. Hopefully it doesn't take you too long to get over. I was only sick for a few days. I've just been honestly, getting over the sickness has taken longer than I was actually sick for. I got sick early Monday morning, like started to feel that I was sick early Monday morning. And then Tuesday was probably the worst day. Wednesday I started to get over it, and then yeah, since then I've basically just been trying to get over it. Thursday and Friday weren't great. Yesterday wasn't great. Today is better than it has been, but yeah, still just dehydrated and snotty. And Negan gave you the cold. She sent it to you in the mail. Chikorita. So we've seen all of the Johto starters today. I wonder if that's been part of the spawn pool, because it's been the starter Pokemon for Com Day. Because we've seen Cyndaquil, Totodile, and now Chikorita like all day. So maybe they've just been spawning as part of the event and not. You guys will have to let me know. If you guys see a lot of Cyndaquils, Totodiles, and Chikoritas during your Com Day, let me know. Because they might be an accompanying spawn group sort of thing because it's starter Pokemon. I don't know. It's weird. I just assumed that they were the nest Pokemon, but to have all three of the Johto starters spawning together seems a little bit unusual. It seems like it's more of a planned thing rather than a random thing. You haven't seen any? Well, that's very odd then. Why am I seeing so many of them then? Also, get well soon. Yeah, dude, like I said, I'm getting over being sick. I'm not actually sick anymore. I'm just trying to get the sick that's left over out of my head. But I appreciate it, dude. Have you been in a nest location though, Negan? Like, where are you playing a game? Because it might be because I'm in a nest sort of thing with other spawns, and those spawns have just been turned to these starters to sort of accompany. I don't know, it just seems weird that I'm seeing the 3 starter Pokemon from one generation accompanying another starter for its com day. It feels... Not really, yeah, okay. That might be it. You might have to be some like in a park area where there's a nest. And it might be that the nest Pokemon have been changed to the starters to accompany. Because yeah, it seems like too much of a coincidence to have the 3 together sort of thing. I'll have to... Oh, I missed that stop. It's one that I actually still needed. My nose is getting to the point where I think I need to blow my nose again soon. Come on, where's this lush? Ugh, that was chunky. Hey, there we go. There's number 20 for the day. And we still have some time left over. Can we get to 25? We still have like 20 minutes left. Can we get 5 more? Okay, I think that one might be one of the better ones that we've had for the day so far as well. Incense spawn. Ah, damn it, I just missed the incense spawn. Okay, I guess we can start taking it a little bit easier. Now that we've got to the 20, we can just do some catching, try and stock up on some candies. If we get any more shiny, that's a bonus. Oh yeah, not too bad. 20 shinies and a hundo for the day. It's not our most productive shiny wise, but getting the hundo from like the first research task of the day was very nice. I'm very happy with that because this is one that I needed a hundo for. I had a couple of hundos already for Chespin when we had Chespin's com day. So I was able to evolve both of them. I got the shiny from this one. All I need is the Froakie now and we can finish it off. So I'm going to try and track down a hundo a hundo Froakie. Good old Froakie. I have a couple of days. I think the best one I've got is like 96 or 98%, something like that. How you going, Miss Motor? Welcome in. Given that you're saying yawn, I'm assuming you've just woken up. You just woke up, whoops. Well, that's a bit late in the day to be snoozing. even though that's what I really feel like doing. It's been a long weekend for me. So once I get home, hey, there we go, another shiny 21. Yeah, once I get home, probably have some food. I think I've got chili tonight when I get home, so like nachos or something for dinner. Nice. Don't mind some nachos. So have a nice big plate of nachos for dinner. Just kick back, watch some footy, watch some YouTube, have some sleeps. You're walking home now. Hey Diana, good evening, how are you? Actually, it's not quite evening yet, it's afternoon. So, good afternoon, how are you? Definitely got them autumn vibes around here at the moment. You guys can't really see it, but see, got all the fallen leaves on the ground, all the trees are dropping their leaves. It's been a very autumny day today. Even though it's pretty much winter. Winter starts in like, what, a week and a bit? So there's actually still quite a few leaves on the trees for this time of year. Usually it's already winterfied itself. But I will say, it's been a relatively mild autumn so far. We've had a lot of decent days. Like last weekend on Saturday for Mother's Day, it was actually like 20 degrees or something like that. 21 degrees. You're up to 18 now. Damn it, you're catching me. There's still time. You've got what, a little over 15 minutes to try and track me down with the amount. Chase me down, I should say, not track me down. You know what I'm saying. Brain no worky, filled with snot. My brain is floating in like 3 gallons of mucus right now, so there's a lot of pressure is on my... So it's not working properly. That's my excuse anyway. I don't have an excuse for like all the other times that my brain's not working. But right now... You have not moved out of bed yet. That's okay. I mean, it's still early morning for you. So got a few last stops. Ooh, we got one more encounter one so far. Can we get another shiny? Another hundo from research? I suppose I actually got to catch some of these. Something's like right in my eyes. Is there yeah, it's Com Day. There's always a shiny available for Com Day. And Fennekin has a very nice shiny, nice little silver fox. We have 21 of them so far. That's the shiny. So one of the nicer shinies that we've had for a while. Unfortunately, shiny Blazon and Delphox, they're okay. They're not as good as Fennekin, unfortunately. But yeah, a nice shiny. They're just a pain in the ass to catch because they are a starter Pokemon. Chespin. What about Chespin? Hey, there's 22. We should have just clicked on that one instead of... It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, sorry. What about Chespin, dude? Just Chespin, question marks? Oh, nice shiny. No, I meant out of like Delphox and Blazon, like the evolution line of Delphox. Fennekin, not the other shinies. Chespin's okay. Chespin's got an okay shiny. But like most grass type shinies, it's really just got that autumny vibe to it. Like all the grass type starter Pokemon just seem to, except for Trico. Trico goes a bit like a blue lizard, but the other ones have a very autumny vibe to them. Maybe you're the lucky charm. Maybe. Maybe use is. Tortu. Oh yeah, I suppose they're also a bit different, aren't they? Well, I stand corrected, alright? Leave me alone. Like I said, I'm getting over being sick. My brain is floating in snot. I'm not thinking straight. Leave me alone. Why are you gonna be so mean? Make me sound like a fool. It's like, Jimmy, you do a pretty good job of doing that by yourself, dude. Shush. Hey, Jess. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. How's your day been? How much? I'm up to 22 now. You're not being mean. No, Jim Knox is being mean. He's making me wrong. Yeah, so we had 14 shinies at about 10 past 4. And I was just like, oh, can we get to 20? If we can try and get to 20. And then in the past 40 minutes or so, I've caught like 8. So we've definitely done a lot better than what we started off the day with. And I also got a hundo to start the day off. The first research task that I did for the day gave me a hundo. So all in all, it has been a pretty good day. If I wasn't filled with snot, like I just said, I would say that today has probably been a great day. But the snot has definitely detracted from that. It's probably right. You're being mean. Jimmy, you're doing a good job. By yourself. Thank you. Ooh, not bad. So yeah, we got like 12 minutes left. So my next challenge was going to be, can I get to 25 before the end of the day? So we've still got 12 minutes. And I think, is it 2 or 3 more? Hang on, we'll do a quick check. 6, 12, 18, please, 6, 12, 18, 19, 20, 21, yeah, 22. We have 22, so I need 3 more shinies in like 12 minutes. Can we do it? Yeah, you can't wait till tomorrow to play, even though you don't think you'll be able to leave your house. You have a stop though. Nice. It's always good when you got to stop because you get those extra spawns and you can stay stocked on items for the day. That's basically the only thing that my house is really missing. I have the spawns at my house, I just don't have the Pokestop, so I can't really do comm days and stuff from home. So yeah, I get like halfway through and if I've been catching lots of stuff, then I just run out of bowls and that. Bowls and berries. You get unlimited gifts. Come on, game. We can do 3 more. The only problem is this part of the trail is when the spawns start to drop off. Not so much along this part, like this straight part, but once I get around that corner, the spawns start dropping off. The spawns down here actually aren't too bad, as you can see. Are you going to be doing the same today? I mean, honestly, as long as you get the 3 to finish your evolution line, then that's all you really need. You don't need 20 plus, like all getting 20 plus does is just have 20 free slots that you used to have being occupied by shiny Pokemon that you're never going to use or do anything with. I just collect them for you guys, because, you know, it'd be a pretty boring stream if all I got was 3 shinies for the day. We like to set ourselves little goals during the stream, just like, can we get this many? It's like, how many do you think we're going to get, guys? But wait, your original guess was 25 for the day, wasn't it, Negan? So if we do get 3 more, then you actually nailed it. You've gotten 2 shundos on alt account. What, of Fennekin? You have 3 stops. Well, someone's lucky. Love how it has, but yeah, that's a good thing about the starters. They all have good moves. I'm pretty sure it's not until the Alolan region where they start mixing up the special moves that the starters get. Isn't it? Wasn't that the first one where they had different moves? Because I know in Sword and Shield they have different moves. They don't have like Hydro Cannon, Blast Burn, and Frenzy Plant. But wasn't Alola the first region where they gave them different moves? I actually can't remember. Then Negan means nothing. Not even a cookie. You're at home now with heater on, still getting spawns. Hey, there we go. There's another one. That's 23. We've got 8 minutes. Can we get 2 more in 8 minutes? We can do it. We can do it. You got another operation on the 25th. Well, hopefully that one goes good. You can do it. I just missed the Incense spawn. Just got to keep clicking. Keep on clicking, Jimmy. When they despawn on me, that doesn't help either, because it's like their spawns I'm missing out on. Don't do that, game. Like I said, once I get around this bend, unfortunately the spawns drop off a bit. Bit blur. You need uni back so you have something to do. You'll have to get a new hobby then. Start knitting. Start collecting Beanie Babies. I don't know. I'm sure you can figure something out that it can occupy your time. Start another. Hey, there's another one. We only need 1 more. We've got 6 minutes to get 1 more. Yeah, start a new YouTube channel about the differences between trees and bricks. I don't know. Do something. Since you have 2 more, 2 subjects, this internship left, you will have to find something else to do. Five minutes. 1 more shiny. The heat is on. Crunch time. Clutch. Can we Kobe this? Maybe if it didn't keep giving me Totodile and Cyndaquil spawns. This is very specific, 5 encounters per minute. Yeah, this will be difficult because, like I said, this is where the spawns drop off. As you can see, they're nowhere near as thick as they were walking up that other part of the trail. And we keep getting interrupted by Cyndaquils and Totodiles. Come on, little Fennekin. On another note though, my nose does seem to be a bit clearer right now. So I can at least breathe. the excitement of getting all these shinies has cleared my sinuses. Shiny, shiny, shiny. Come on, we have 4 minutes to get one more shiny. How can I force more shinies? Have any of the eggs started popping up yet? Will Jimmy get the last one? Find out on the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Okay, there's one egg. Once we're finished, given that the egg hatches in 10 minutes, that'll actually give me some time to get to that egg. We might give it a crack and see if we can solo the Blazons. Give you guys an idea or not whether you can do it. An episode of 5 minutes. It's down to 3 minutes now. Just need one more silver fox. Come on, the incense spawns are probably my best chance, so we're running out of incense spawns. But even if we do get, like, they will keep spawning afterwards. It's just that they don't spawn as much. So we could get lucky, and if we can solo the gyms, because it's a fire type, so it has a weakness to water rock. So if we can get like water rock Pokemon, we have a chance at maybe being able to solo it. We'll have to see. 2 minutes. I should do shorts. The only problem with doing the yes! Yes! We did it! With 2 minutes to spare, we got to 25. We actually did it. Shadow Swampert. Yeah, that's a good one. I do have a Shadow Swampert. I do have like a bunch of other shinies, just Swamperts in general. When I yelled out, a dog came running around the corner and was looking at me like, why are you yelling? That's very funny. Doggy's just like, dude, what are you yelling at? No, we're 2 hours behind Japan. 2 hours in front of Japan, I should say. Yeah, because the way the time zones work, it's like some of the Pacific Island nations, like small Pacific Island nations, New Zealand, east coast of Australia, Central Australia, West Coast Australia, and then I think Japan and West Coast Australia are on the same time. So Western Australia is 2 hours behind us. And then, yeah, by the time it gets to Western Australia, that's when Japan and all that sort of stuff has their time as well. You're so bad. Now, time zones can be a difficult thing. And there we go, it's just finished. So we managed to clutch that fairly well. Yeah, time zones didn't really become a big thing until I started doing raid hour streams. Because everybody would be like, oh, when are you streaming next? Like, what time? Are you streaming at this time? I'd be like, no, because that's probably going to be like 2 o'clock in the morning for me. So. But yeah, there are a lot of people which aren't too good with time zones. Because, I mean, there's so many different time zones. So it's hard to keep track of them all. Game over, man. Game over. No, we did well. That last hour, we scored, what? I think it was like 12 shinies. So we did like better in the last hour than we did for like the start of the day. So yeah, 6, 12, 18, 24, 25 shinies. So you won, Negan. You actually guessed the right number at the start of the stream about how many shinies I would end up with for the day. So yeah, sorry dude, what I was saying about the shorts. I got distracted because of the shiny. The problem with me doing shorts though is, for some reason, downloading my own content off of YouTube takes me forever. So downloading a stream like this to cut up and get shorts out of it takes 4 or 5 hours to download, which is ridiculous. It should only take me, 20 minutes, half an hour at most. But I have really slow download speeds off of YouTube because they've throttled my download speed for some reason. So it just becomes a process that takes so long that I don't have the patience for it. It's because of my ADD brain. If I can't get it done quickly, I just don't bother doing it, sort of thing. Like that's the issue. So yeah, 25 shinies, and what are you doing? That's not it. Reset. Thank you. 25 shinies and 1 hundo for the day. So we did well. We did very well today. Yeah, because that's like 1 or 2 in the AM for me. You're up at most of the time though. Yeah, I'm usually up that late. I'm just not streaming that late, like raid hours and such. Congrats on the good guess. Now, you've won yourself from the selection. It's like, you can either choose yourself a new washer and dryer, a holiday to the Fijian Islands, or naming a Pokemon. So, now that we're done with our com day, what I'm going to do is we do have a raid. It's just out of my view now, but there was a raid, one of the post-com day raids that was going to hatch just sort of out of my range there. I should be able to get to that one. I'm just wandering back to the car now. We'll drive to that, and I'll give it a shot and see if we can solo them, guys. To give you guys an indication whether or not we can actually solo these raids, and then, yeah, I'll wrap it up after that. So stick around for the next 15 minutes or so if you guys would like to see me attempt a raid. You like your video game time after your kids go to bed. Well, that's the best time, because then you're not getting, interrupted. I think most parents are like that. Because, you have parent duties that you have to do when kids are awake, feeding them, bathing them, making sure they don't drown, all of that sort of stuff. Just being a basic parent. I'm not saying that you're a basic parent, I'm just saying, doing the basic parenting stuff. That's why Pokemon Go was good. Because I can remember, like, back when we did have our raid groups, that was a good excuse for, like, a lot of the dads and stuff, when they would come out to do raids, they would bring their kids with them, because it'd be like, no, the kids are coming, they're playing on their account, so, it's a good bonding, we can play together, and so they use that as an excuse for their wives, to their wives, I should say, to be like, no, we're going to go play the game together. Exactly, only youngest has autism, so yes, one of my friends, actually an ex-girlfriend from back in high school, she's actually like one of my best friends these days, one of my oldest friends, she also has a child with autism, so I know how much of a handful they can be, because I've heard many a story from her over the years, telling me, how she has to deal with just, a child on the spectrum. It's not just autism, it's any child that's on the spectrum sort of thing, just has different needs and different sort of way of bringing them up, so it can be a lot more of a handful. Diana, do you play God? I don't think so, just quietly, James, but you never know. Maybe she's a die-hard COD fan. Yeah, he's a lot way different than your other kids. So you've got the experience from both sides of the coin, though. Both ends of the spectrum is probably a better way of putting it. It wasn't until I got older that I sort of started to think that, gee, maybe I'm sort of like not, you know, autistic or have Asperger's or anything like that, but it made me think over the years and just what I've gone through, like growing up and stuff like that. It was just like, gee, maybe I was a little bit like, and still am on the spectrum slightly, but if I am, I think it's going to be for like ADHD or like ADD. So not like full blown on the spectrum, but just different ways of thinking, different ways of dealing with stuff, lack of motivation sometimes, you know, just stuff like that. And it wasn't until I got older that I was sort of looked back on it and I was just like, gee, maybe that's why it was so difficult for me to do stuff as a child. You are 100% ADHD. Yeah, I've actually went and saw a doctor recently and got a referral to go and see a psychologist, a psychiatrist rather, about getting diagnosed, because I'm just like, yeah, I don't know, I have a lot of things that make me think that I am, and I'm just going to be one of those people that's going to be like a later in life diagnosis for ADHD. But like I said, it would explain so much of my childhood and how I am a professional procrastinator. Like, I can procrastinate better than anybody else ever, I think. Just, yeah, lack of motivation when it comes to things, but I can be hyper focused on other things, especially video games. Like, not so much these days, because I try not to play too many video games, but back when I was a kid, basically wouldn't do schoolwork, wouldn't do any of this, but if I was playing video games, I'd just sit there for like hours and just be like, and yes, that's most kids, but that's one thing that, you know, a lot of ADHD people have. It's just like, if you're interested in something, you can stay hyper focused on it, but if it's anything else, you're just like, no, I'm not doing it. Yeah, 4 kids and 1 adopted. That's nice that you've done the adoption thing, given some little kid a nice home, plus the other kids as well. You've given them a nice home as well, but yeah. Jim, should you be better for the Regigigas raid on your second day? Sorry, dude, what? Should I be better? Well, I don't know if you'll be better or not. Hopefully. You did that about a month ago. Your new meds have helped me so much. Yeah, see, that's what I want to hopefully do. Get on some meds which may balance me out and make me, because that's one of the main reasons why I think this channel has struggled in comparison to other people's Pokemon Go channel, just because I just haven't had the motivation. I know that I can do it, but I just haven't had the same motivation as the other guys have. It's fun when I'm out playing it, but when it comes to the other side of it, like editing videos, uploading, all that sort of stuff, that's where I fall flat. And I think that's been my main issue of why the channel just isn't as big as it should be. And now I'm at a point where it's just like, I need to start concentrating on doing other things on the channel, not just Pokemon Go, but it's hard to get that motivation. So I'm really hoping that maybe if I go and get diagnosed and can get on some medication or something, it'll help with that, and we can actually turn this into something. This is just one example. I mean, I've got other examples of stuff that I'm just not motivated with. This is one of the main things that I would like to sort of turn around and help out with. Get help with, I should say. Alright, so back in the car. So we'll head to this raid. Your circumstances are different. You adopted your boyfriend's daughter. You have 2 brats. All right, so this egg there hatches in 20 minutes. Like I said, there's another one that's just down a bit that we'll go to.
It should still hopefully have 20 minutes or so on it.
Please be careful on meds. You got prescribed Adderall as an adult. Biggest mistake you ever. Why so? What issues did you have with the Adderall? All right, guys. I can't read the chat for a few seconds, but because I know there's a couple of different types of medication for ADHD. Adderall is one of them, but usually, like, they all have something in common. They're all stimulants. So the thing about Adderall is it's essentially an amphetamine. So that's why it's basically speed. So that's why you see a lot of kids grinding up their ADHD medication and snorting it and stuff like that, which you shouldn't be doing. But yeah, essentially the ADHD medication is like an equivalency of like speed and other amphetamines. On them when I'm driving, but is it a shiny? Because I do need a shiny Stanley. Alright, the rage just down here past the trail. Hopefully it's still there. Should be. Okay, still got 23 minutes left on it. Nice. Okay, let's give this a shot. It definitely helps, and you know it is addictive, but they don't say how addictive. Yeah, see, that like I was saying, that's the amphetamine side of them, because amphetamines can be very addictive. So you just need to be careful with them, sort of thing. You have paroxetine for panic anxiety disorder and OCD. It's pretty good. I was on metazepam, which is it's an antidepressant. Like, I'm not taking them anymore, but I wasn't. But anything that ends with like pine, like metazepam, diazepam, all that sort of stuff, they're benzodiazepams, and they can be incredibly addictive as well. Benzos aren't great. Yours is called Concerta. All right, let's give this ready to go, guys. Let's see if we can solo them. It says a suggested group of 17. It's giving me a whole bunch of my strong ground types, which is good, but let's try and let's put some Swampies in the team. I just don't think I've got any really bulky Swampets. That's the only thing. It's got Surf. It's got Muddy Water on it. That needs Hydro Cannon, but we'll chuck it in. We'll see how we go. That one's got Hydro Cannon. All right, what I'll do is I'll replace the Rhyperias with Swampets, because Rhyperia can be a little bit slow. That one's got, oh yeah, one shot. That's okay. One shot. Hydro Cannon. All right, we'll give that a shot to start off with, and we'll see how we go with it. You're very self-aware, but you're also very human. Yep, being self-aware is good. I mean, there are a lot of people out there which aren't self-aware,
and that's why there's so many dickheads in the world, because they don't see themselves like from other people's perspective. They just think that they're perfect, and yeah, that's why social media and all that sort of stuff is filled with crazies. Hey, Brenton, welcome in. What's up, man? Yeah, that's why our society today is very not so good, because there are, like I said, there's just too many people which aren't self-aware. So there's nothing wrong with being self-aware, but there is a limit, because I am also very self-aware, but it's to a point where I become obsessive about stuff, because I'm just like, no, people aren't going to like me because of this, or people aren't going to like me because of that. So I'm always judging myself because I'm too self-aware. It's like I got to learn to just relax a little bit and just be like, okay, people aren't going to judge you that harshly. You're your own worst critic. You're going to judge yourself harder than other people are judging you. All right, 21,248 CP. So we'll see how we go. Can we solo this? You're an addict, so you requested not Adderall. Yeah, so that's good. I mean, at least being aware of that stuff, so you asked for something that was non-addictive. Okay, we're not doing too badly at this point, but unfortunately, I still don't think we're going to be able to solo them. We might just mix it up, because this one, it's what charge moves is it? It's okay, using flame charge. It's not hitting the rock types, so it shouldn't hit the water types, ground types, I should say. Yeah, it shouldn't hit the water types too hardly either. It might be just a matter of spamming charge moves a bit quicker, because Stone Edge just isn't coming out quick enough. So something that's a bit more spammy, like Swampert, that has either Muddy Water or Hydro Cannon's definitely going to be the one that you're probably going to want. Addictive personality, you think it's called? I think most people have a predisposition to addiction, sort of thing. I think it's just part of the human nature, like just being a human. But it's just everybody has different vices. So what one person gets addicted to, somebody else won't. I mean, look at the world that we live in. There are so many things to get addicted to. You know, there's any number of substances, whether it be, you know, cigarettes or drinking or, you know, drugs of any side of description. You know, people get addicted to heroin and ice and all that sort of stuff. But then we also live in a world where there's so many other things that people can get addicted to these days. I mean, video games, people get addicted to. People get addicted to porn. People get addicted to, you know, all these other stuff that doesn't necessarily have to be a substance of some description. So yeah, everybody has their vices. It's just a matter of, yeah, some people can manage those vices better than others, but we all have our addictions. Like I said, it's just part of being a human. All right, so we can get it a bit past halfway. I reckon you might be able to solo it under the best conditions. If you have weather boosted Pokemon that have like level 50, like if you had 6 level 50 Swampets that all had Hydro Cannon and they were weather boosted, I reckon that you'd have actually a pretty good go at this. We'll mix up the team a little bit and give it another go. I really don't want to use too many revives though, because I don't have a lot. Actually, hang on. It's more so potions that I'm lacking on. One, two, three. These aren't the strongest in the world, but give that a shot. See how much further we can get through with 6 Swampets. What type of... Any type you can think of. Everybody has their fetish. Especially in the world that we live in with... There's some weird stuff out there. We won't go into detail, but there's some weird stuff out there. As I was saying at the start of the stream, getting ready for every one of these Pokemon streams that I get ready for these days, if it has a female type of Pokemon, like sort of themed Pokemon, like this is Fennekin and Blazin and Delphox and stuff like that, they're all sort of like female type of Pokemon. So some of the pictures that you see when you're looking for pictures to make up thumbnails are just like, oh my god, what am I looking at? People have some weird fetishes. You definitely have a high, have a high addictive personality. When we were drinking, it became an issue. You quit after a bad night. Tough working, 2 full-time jobs. Yeah, I've got friends that are sort of heavy drinkers, sort of thing, and they have reasons why they're heavy drinkers as well. There's always a reason, sort of thing. It's not most of the time. It's not just because people want to be addicted to something. There's a reason why they're addicted to something. Gilfs in latex. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's like somebody out there is gonna like that, dude. If there's a market for it, it'll be a fair. Like, yeah, you'll find content for it. This chat is confusing. Yeah, I know it's got a bit confusing, but we're just talking about addictions in general. Whether like we're talking about both the serious side and the weird side of it, because like I said, there's a lot of weird stuff out there. POVPP. BBW mummy milk. Yeah. There's some weird stuff out there. Snorlax. Fennekin kind of thing. Well, Fennekin wasn't so much the issue. It was when I was looking up the pictures for like Blazin and Delphox. That's when it started getting a bit more so Blazin. Like Blazin, like any sort of humanoid looking Pokemon, if it's female themed, has some weird fan art out there. And I think also because I accidentally did search Blazin fan art, because I just, when I was typing in Blazin sort of thing, I didn't realize that I clicked on the suggested stuff, and it came like, you know how I almost said YouTube. Google gives you the suggested stuff. I didn't realize that and I was like, why am I getting all these weird pictures? And I looked, I'm like, it's because it says Blazin fan art. Okay. Fair enough. Let's just remove that part, because all I need is just a nice PNG that I can just use as a for the thumbnail. Pikachu, yeah. But if you've seen the Pikachu stuff, it's usually the wrestling Pikachu. Luchador Pikachu, because that's female, and there's some weird stuff for that. Anyway, this has gotten weird. How you doing, Renee? Welcome in. How you doing? Alright, honestly, we actually got through this further into this just using rock types. So, Tyranitar did a better job than Swampert has with Hydro Cannon. So maybe if you had 6 maxed out Tyranitars, all with Smackdown Stone Edge, level 50 weather boost sort of thing, you might have a chance of soloing this. Other than that, I don't think so. I think at minimum you would need 2 good accounts to be able to get through these. But I think that's all the revives that are... like I said, it's not so much the revives, it's the potions. I need to stock up on potions. I just don't have a lot of them at the moment because I threw a whole bunch of them away by accident last com day.
when I was trying to clear space in my bag so I could spin stops. I only meant to get rid of like 30 of them, and I ended up throwing away like 100 of them by accident. And I just have not been able to stock it in yet. Look at all the stuff I need to revive. Ah! So we're just gonna not do that right now, and I'm just gonna forget that they're there. We'll concentrate on other stuff. But yeah, I thought I'd just give you guys a little bit of an indication whether or not you'd be able to solo them, but it doesn't look like you can. Firefighters have super weird schedules. A normal person parties on Friday and Saturday night. Sometimes Tuesdays is your Saturday. 11 a.m. can be your evening. Yeah, I think that's just like anybody that does shift work, when it can vary so dramatically when it comes to the shifts, they have difficulty coping with stuff. Like I said, one of my mates that can have a bit of a drinking problem. He's a train driver, so again, sort of the same thing where his shifts can vary very dramatically from like super early in the morning to evening sort of thing. And he's also had some stuff happen to him while he's been driving trains that, yeah, there's a reason why he's had problems with drinking. Yeah, brazen is dangerous. It's weird, man. It's effing weird, man. Isn't it always weird? We live in a weird, weird world, that's for sure. I got Primal Coat, yeah. Yeah, I don't think, honestly, they're having like a Primal, like we've got Primal Groudon going now, but this one's our Primal Kyogre. I don't think it's really going to help. The water types don't seem to be doing as much damage, and also because this one's got Hydro Pump and not Origin Pulse, I don't think they're... Hang on, let's... do the... Is Origin Pulse a 1 charge or 2 charge? That's Thunder. Hang on, if we go by recent, no. Recent. Okay, yeah, Origin Pulse is a single bar charge move. I don't think it's really going to help. I got through more of the raid using Tyranitar, like rock type, Smackdown, Stone Edge seem to do more damage than the water types. I used a mixed team of like Tyranitars and Swampert. Tyranitar did a lot more damage, got it further down, got it past halfway, got it down to about 3/4 health using just Smackdown, Stone Edge, using all Swamperts, using Hydro Cannon or Muddy Water, and you know their quick move only got it to about halfway, so it seems that the rock types are doing more damage. So I would suggest, if you are going to try and solo it, a full team like of level 50 Tyranitars with Smackdown, Stone Edge, and Weather Boost may give you the best chance, but I think you're still going to drop short. I think at best you'd need 2 accounts to get one of these done. It's definitely gotten weirder over time. It's more so just because, you know, we've become more of a community that knows what we can talk about, sort of thing. You know, it's just, that's what happens with communities when you guys get closer. It gets to a point where I know that I can talk about stuff with you guys, and I'm not so cautious about, oh, I can't talk about this or I can't talk about that. As I know that I can talk about stuff with you guys because you're mature adults for the most part. We all have our moments. Your old has 2 shadow hundos. You finally got your first on your main account. It's a good one. That's a good swine hub. Nice. I just actually, do I have any hundo shadows? How you doing, AJ? Welcome in, dude. Welcome. Oops, I hope so if I spell it all right. No, we don't have any 4-star. I know that I've got a couple that have been purified that are hundos. I have a couple of decent. I think my highest shadows are like 3-star. Yeah, we have a couple of 3-stars. Ones that are close. That's fairly close. That's probably the closest one. 96%. But it's a shackle. Ooh, there we go. No, that's one. That's a 98% shadow feel. Oh, another 98%. That was probably my best legendary one. Yeah, we have a couple of really decent ones, but yeah, that's about as close. Like 98% is about as close as they get. Conductors see some of, yeah, people that are fed up with stuff tend to, trains are a good way of people ending things. So won't go into too much detail because YouTube doesn't like people talking about that sort of stuff on anything to do with self-harm and stuff. YouTube doesn't really like, so we won't talk about that stuff too much. But yeah, it's not a good thing. Ah, my nose is getting all blocked up. Ow, that hurt. You could imagine New South Wales Trains has had some issues lately, and yeah, wouldn't enjoy seeing that stuff. Yeah. New Mortal Kombat game. Yeah, it's a reboot. I saw the trailer for it the other day. It looks pretty good. Pretty good. But yeah, it's a full reboot of the franchise. You haven't been on a train for a long time. I get trains occasionally, like especially from here. If I'm going into Melbourne, jumping on the train sometimes is easier. Because I can just jump straight on the train here and it just drives straight down to Melbourne, like the V line. You got your 20th shiny? Nice. Mature in quotes. And like, we're adults and we joke around. But yeah, we can still talk about mature stuff without, not going to mention names, but definitely semi-mature people. Well, like me. Like attracts like, so I suppose, You still hear the connection is broken. Who's pointing finger? Not me. I'm a good boy. I'm mature. Like I said, I was planning on starting a second channel because we won't do it on this channel, but another channel that will have more mature subject matter that we can talk about stuff that I don't think is appropriate for a gaming channel. Sort of thing. We can still play games here and still have fun laughing and catching shinies and all that sort of stuff, but there is still a younger audience on this channel. Some manner of younger audience on the channel, so we'll stay fairly tame on the channel. But yeah, I did want to start a second channel because there's a whole bunch of stuff that, like the whole mental health thing and all that sort of stuff. Some of the stuff that we've touched on during tonight's stream in the last little bit, and just other things that I've been through that I would like to talk to you guys about and do videos on and all that sort of stuff. But like I said, I don't think it's very fitting on a channel that's set up for gaming. Did I fail solo? Yes, I gave it 2 shots. We went with a bunch of rock types and then a bunch of water types. It seems that the rock types have a better chance of soloing it. I still don't think you will be able to solo it. A level 50 trainer with level 50 Pokemon and weather boost may be able to give it a good crack. Other than that, I could get it down to just over halfway, probably like 3/4 health down, maybe a little bit up, yeah, a little bit less than 3/4 health, a little bit more than 3/4, whichever. Yeah, with the Pokemon that I've got. So I still think that you'd be struggling. So I think 2 accounts will be able to get it done, but that's about as low as you'll be able to go. We've only been able to solo one of these raid bosses afterwards, and that was Galarian Lanoon, and that's just because it has a double weakness to fighting types. So it just took 4 times damage. You fell back asleep. Oh, that's all good. Was I boring you that much? Oh my god, I'm sorry. You've trained. Wait, you've trained one... Wait, what? Wait, what? Me. I'm immature. Me. Oh, you're 50. Okay. 14, almost 15. Well, there you go. Like I said, there's still a younger audience on here, so we'll keep it fairly tame on the channel. Just play video games and have a laugh and have a little bit of mature jokes and stuff like that occasionally. You know, just like most other YouTubers do. But yeah, we'll leave the hard-hitting, impactful, insightful, and more mature content for another channel. I couldn't think of another way of wording that. Yeah, I'm 47, almost 40. I am 36, almost 37. I'm an adult here. You do well, though. Yeah, I try not to swear very often. Sometimes they slip out, but for the most part, I'm a good boy and I don't swear. You should have heard me on the Twitch channel when I was doing Twitch. That was a completely different story because I was playing different types of... playing dames. I was playing dames. I was playing games like Doom and Cyberpunk and stuff like that. So we're getting a little bit wordy. You're nearly an adult. You don't think you want to be an adult. Being an adult is hard, man. There's taxes and rents and bills and stuff like that. Enjoy your childhood while you can, and your teenage years while you can. Everybody's just like, I can't wait till I grow up so I can do, you know, this and that. And it's just like, once you grow up, you're just like, oh, damn it, I wish I was still a kid. You hadn't moved from bed yet, so that was why you fell asleep again. That'll happen. You're still in bed too, it's 5:30. Dude, that's just being lazy, man. I can't, like, complain. I would be doing the same thing today if, like, because I'm still sick. Like, basically, that's all I've been doing all week is just lazing around on the couch watching YouTube, so I can't really, like, speak. Tell yous off about not sleeping all day. Because, you know, I've been doing it too. You don't care about immature shit. And there's nothing wrong with having a little bit of immature stuff here and there. Like, don't grow up too quickly. Like I just said that. Like, enjoy it while you can, because once it's over, you don't get it back. You can always act more adult, but it's harder to act more like a child when you're an adult. So, yeah. Enjoy it while you still can, dude. 8 a.m. Yeah, it's okay for you to still be in bed. It's still 8:30 a.m. You're older than me by a year. 9:39 there. We're getting close to your spotlight, as your com days, rather. A few more hours. Pink flop. Yeah, that was one thing. The Dong of Doom. You're gonna buy her a walker for her next birthday.
No, I'm too young. Watch out, you don't want to get a walkie. You might get tased by the police. Because that's what they do these days, yeah? They tase old ladies on walking frames. Amen, you made Lexi quit a job that worked her all weekend, every weekend. They wouldn't work with her schedule. They said, you need at least 1 day off a week. Yeah, if not 2. She's a kid, be a kid. Exactly. I mean, money's good, don't get me wrong, especially with the cost of living and everything these days. So, you know, money is always good, but yeah, you still need that downtime. And also, if you can possibly do it, find a job that you enjoy doing, because then it's not like work in a way. I mean, you still got to work, but you enjoy doing it, so you get enjoyment out of doing it. Become a YouTuber. I mean, I wish I was getting paid decent money doing this sort of stuff so I could call it a job and be like, yeah, I'm making money just playing, like walking around and playing video games and then just chatting with you guys about nonsense. I mean, that's cool. That's something that I would like to do. But this gets back to that whole thing earlier about being motivated and having the motivation. It's like, if you're doing something like this for a job, you've got to have good motivation for one, but also self-discipline, because it's still a job, so you still got to make yourself do stuff. And it's so easy to just be like, I can't be bothered today. You know, I'd rather just sit around doing nothing today. So you've got to have that discipline to be like, no, I've got to do something. I've got to work. I've got to put out a video. I've got to stream. I've got to do this. I got to do that, which is something that I've really got to work on. Because too often I look at myself and I'm just like, I can't be bothered being in front of a camera today. I look like crap. Or, you know, I'm just like, I'm feeling a little bit under the weather. I might just have today off. Or I need to do a lot more than streaming 2 to 3 times a week. And only being like an hour long, because at this point I do like raid hours and spotlight hours every week, but they're only like an hour long each, and that's basically it for most weeks, unless there's a com day or something on, or another event on. So that's nowhere near enough to be consistent in YouTube's eyes and make a decent living off of doing it and all that sort of stuff. So Jimmy needs more motivation and more dedication and more discipline. So that's why I'm going to get tested for ADD and hopefully get on medication, and that will help that. And so that's how this whole conversation started, when we started talking about that. So we've come full circle here. We've just come back to the start. Don't ruin your childish innocence. It will never come back. Yeah, exactly. You don't want to be an old fuddy-duddy when you're still 16 years old. I've known people like that, and they're the most boring people in the world. Get me a bottle of Black Sambuca. Okay, deal. I'll bring some vodka as well. She deposits half her paycheck, and can blow the other half. Trying to teach her that I wish you knew, while, yeah, also being realistic. I mean, yeah, saving's always good. You know, spending and having good time and all that sort of stuff, but you don't want to blow it all. So you always want to save. Put a bit of money aside. You never know when you're going to need it, sort of thing. Are we? Oh, we're up to 90 now. If you haven't already, guys, be sure to hit that thumbs up button. Can we get to 20? We only need one more. Actually, I haven't liked the stream yet. There we go. I like my own streams. Live chat has moved? Why? Where did the live chat move to? Why? Why is... Oh, it's down here. Okay. I click on the live chat and it's just like, it's moved, and now it's not coming back up. There was a problem with the server. YouTube. Okay, there we go. Hey, we're up to 23. There we go. Dropped out for a second then. Yeah, it did. Yeah, you've always got to remind people, otherwise they forget about hitting that thumbs up button. The chat's moved. Yeah, I haven't realized that. YouTube keeps changing things and it just confuses me. Diana and 18 watching.
10 out of 10. Yeah, it's actually been a pretty successful end to the stream, to be perfectly honest. I mean, we did well. This is like how many people we had around for most of the stream, and then like the last hour it dropped down to like 3 or 4, and I'm like, yep, that's fairly typical. Everyone's gone to bed so they can get up for there, and then yeah, it's picked right back up again, and we've got, had like 18 or 19 people in here before. It says 14 at the moment, but that's good. Even if there's only one person in here, it's better than no people's. So I appreciate it, guys, hanging around and having a chat about things. We haven't even been catching Pokemon. We've just been sitting here chatting about life, and this is why I need to add more stuff to the channel. Like, do some more, maybe just chatting streams with you guys where we can just chat about nonsense, and we don't necessarily have to be playing a game, and just doing other games in general. But my nose is like super snotty. Just blocked. I probably sound horrible right now, all nasally. So I apologize for that. She's a great kid. We also have custody of her friend, but she's typically has A's and B's. Can't complain. Just boy crazy as hell. That age, I think that's just teenagers in general. Yeah, they get to that age. I mean, I was not boy crazy, but once I got to my teenage years, I mean, basically the only reason why I went to high school was just because it was filled with girls. So, like, I probably wouldn't have gone to school as much as I did if it wasn't for the fact that there was lots of pretty girls there, and I got to speak to them like all day, every day. So I was just like, school's cool because I get to meet girls. I mean, if you're gonna go to school for any gonna find a reason to go to school. That's one, I suppose. Didn't learn much, but I got to speak to a lot of girls. It's probably why I'm doing YouTube now and all that sort of stuff, because, I didn't get a proper education because I was too busy ogling and chatting up women. Jimmy needs to boot up the pump. Kick up the brass, eh? Good old like spikes. Like, comment, and subscribe, guys. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Yeah, it took me a while to... It'd be good if they actually said that, Lachlan. But every time I clicked on the live button, like the live chat button, it was just like, the chat has moved. I'm like, to where? France? Belgium? Turkey? You just woke up. Wait, did I put you to sleep too? Or you can write my final exam for youth justice. One is better than... Well, exactly, because a lot of people that start off streaming, they don't have anybody watching their streams. So I know how hard it is to, stream in front of nobody. So even having that one person, even if they're just lurking and they're not so much chatting in the chat, it's just like, at least you've still got that one person that's willing to sit there and watch you, sort of thing. So all you got to do is keep using that as like reinforcement and keep telling yourself that it will get better. And, the more you become talkative with people and the more you interact with people, the more people will drop into your streams and stick around. And that's how you build an audience, sort of thing. You can't, Rome wasn't built in a day. You've got to start somewhere. So just keep at it, and hopefully, it'll snowball and it'll get better. And Tibbies. Good old Tibbies. Are you calling me a simp? Are you calling me a... Oh, I've got some stories from my high school years. Like, I was very much a ladies' man in high school, and yeah, I had a lot of female friends. I basically took my automotive class. Like, funny story, there were more females in automotive than there was males, just because they figured it was an easy thing, because they were girls, so they were just like, we're not going to have to do anything. So they just all sat around and chatted while the 3 guys in the class would actually do automotive stuff, work on engines and all that sort of stuff. I was one of those dudes, and then I realized that there was more chicks in the class, so I just started hanging out with them and basically just... Yeah, I got some stories of just being pampered by
like basically a harem of women in my automotive class. That they were good old days. Good old high school days. Wish I had the same thing these days. That'd be fun. Well, it can't really be a reason if you're bad with the girls. And it doesn't work for everybody, obviously. Like, unfortunately, some people just don't have that charisma or, you know, looks or whatever. I was lucky enough to be blessed with a little bit of both. I'm not going to say that I'm the most charismatic or beautiful person in the world, but yeah, I was at least blessed with a little bit of A and B, so I was capable of having female friends and stuff. That sounds very conceited. I didn't mean that to sound as conceited as it did. I'm sorry. Yeah. It's just life, unfortunately. Some people have more luck than others when it comes to certain things. Oui, chat. Este un Frenchies. Good old Frenchies. I don't speak French, I'm sorry. Stop speaking French, I can't read it. Want another language? Please don't, because I can't read it. Geez, you're missing out. Things were different back when I was a kid, though, back in high school. Like, things were very different than what they were today. You were an auto body. They put TVs on class when you were painting. You remember the chicks in your class wanted to compare sizes in science. That was your favorite class. I've had some interesting things in science class as well. We won't go into like that. That's probably not a story for the channel, but I had some interesting things. Certain women in one class, and then other women in another class, and yeah. Anyway, just take me back to my high school years. Just like, damn, I was actually really lucky in high school. No, I had a lot of female friends in high school. I also remember, can't remember what, I think it might have been science class, but there was one chick that I was friends with, and she, like, if we were watching one of the, like, you know, in class, like back in high school, they'd put on the videos and you'd be watching the videos and stuff like that. I always had one chick that every time they put those videos on, she'd always be like laying on me sort of thing. So I had, like, she'd be laying on my shoulder and I'd just be like, yeah, cool. I don't mind you just laying on my shoulder sort of thing. But then another chick, like, she joined the class, like she was like a new girl, and I became friends with her as well, and they seemed to be jealous of each other for my attention. So I can remember very vividly in one class, I'm sitting there, I had one on one shoulder and the other on the other shoulder, and I'm just sitting there just like, I'm a pimp. It's like, this is so cool. But yeah, they were days of yesteryear, long past. These days, I'm lucky to have my dog laying on me going, I love you. That's all the female attention I seem to get these days from my dog. Have I got a shiny yet? Yeah, Cody, our day's finished. We're just sitting here talking crap now. I finished the day with 25 shinies. So we got 25 shiny Fennekins, and I also got a hundo to start the day off from one of my research tasks. So we had a pretty good day all in all. Geometry and anatomy in the locker room. Fennekin is a nice shiny. Shoe sizes. Good old shoe sizes. The old fire escape days. Like I said, some of the stories that I could tell you guys, but I won't because they're not stories for a gaming channel at this time of day. Maybe like this is why you guys need to become Patreons, so we can start doing Patreon streams, and we can start doing members only streams and like Patreon streams, and then we can talk about the funny things that Jimmy got up to in his younger years. Your son put on every computer screen. Back when I went to high school, that was when computers and the internet were first sort of becoming a thing. So some of the things that we saw as were just like, they were funny days. He has a bright future. Being married isn't much different. You think you were born in the wrong generation, maybe, right? Things were different when I was a kid. I'm pretty sure things are still the same, but things were different back in those days. Maybe it was just the school I went to. I don't know. It's a uni student. Oh my god, it's getting dark. I didn't have water. Where is my water? I'm probably going to wrap it up soon, guys, because my nose is getting really blocked again, so I need to go home and have some nasal spray and hydrate properly. Because, this snot is just getting to me. The Fennekin shinies are like fake to you. You can't find one. Has your comp day started, Cody? Because it did start slow for me. It took me about half an hour to find my first shiny. So just keep trying. Like, they're definitely there, dude. You just have to keep clicking. And hopefully they'll pick up for you. Gen Z is bored. Those damn Zoomers. Those Zoomers are boring. Gen X. We had a good upbringing. Because we knew what it was like to live in a world that didn't have internet and stuff like that. So, yeah, I think that's why we're a bit different from the new generation. Just because, we knew what it was like to actually go out and socialize with people and all that sort of stuff, and not just spend 90% of your time on the computer, either gaming or internet or meet. Like, I think the big thing is like meeting people online these days in comparison to meeting them in school and then going to parties and, all that sort of. I think that whole thing has changed a lot. So that's why things are a bit different these days. Don't get married. Got less time to play Tears of the Kingdom. Well, that's one reason. Oh, you're divorced? You go through. Oh, nice. I mean, and nice for something that isn't so nice, but good. Glad that's worked out for you. It's garbage now. Yeah, technology was supposed to change the world for the better, but all it's done is seem to create a generation of people which don't know how to socially interact with each other, and just a whole bunch of services which are like, these days there's too many subscription services. Like back when I was a kid, subscriptions weren't something that you really like. These days you've got to have a subscription to Netflix, you've got to have a subscription to, Tinder, you got to have a subscription to, any number of other things. You got to sign up to everything just to use an internet site where, back when I was a kid, you just jumped onto websites and were able to search them and that. These days you got to be members and remember 70 million different passwords. You're the only one in your group that knows what grass is. Gen Z is broken. Go outside! Eat some grass! Walk on trees! Gen X is cool. Generation X. Just the old Pepsi ads back in the day. The Generation X ads. That's what that reminds me of. You spend 100% of your time on the computer making your brain worth more. Currently, it's worth about 150. Well, why aren't you making $150,000 a year? If it's worth that much, you should be putting that into action. Don't just waste it. Put it into action. Do something with it. You said that you needed a new hobby. Well, you know what to do. Oh, yours is going to wrap up soon. Wait, so you've gone the whole day and you still haven't found a shiny? Dude, like, how many have you been clicking on? That sounds a bit harsh. Like, yeah, as you saw, I got 25 for the day and a hundo, dude, so they're definitely there. Gone are the days of camping at house parties and getting snoozed. Yes. Yes, they have. Well, see, a problem is these days, it's like you can't have a house party without getting, like, party crashed. Like, you have people, because people post their stuff up on, like, Facebook and stuff like that, and then people just go and crash the party, and then some kid gets stabbed, and, like, yeah, it's definitely changed from when I was a kid. It's like, we had altercations when we were a kid, but usually it'd be like your mates would just drink too much, you'd fight about something, you'd punch each other in the face, then you'd drink it off. You'd laugh it off, have a drink, and by the end of the night, you're best friends again. These days, yeah, kids get drunk and then stab each other, and then one dies, and then the other one's life is ruined forever. Don't forget your grinder sub. Sounds like a sandwich from Subway. Your grinder sub. You enjoy camping, but that's from your parents. Yeah, see, you gotta go camping with people other than your parents, though. Like your mates. Camping with your parents isn't fun. I mean, again, that's fun, but it's, you know, it's a bit different than going camping with your mates. Can I finish? No, you cannot. Do it now. You heard me. Like 200 and something and nothing. Damn, dude, that's a lot of encounters to get no shinies. Maybe the game is a bit broken where you are. Maybe they'll get a repeat event or something. A makeup event. I don't know. Sometimes you just don't have good luck, dude. I've had com days. Granted, it was the very first com day that we had, Pikachu com day, but I didn't get any shinies that day. So yeah, there's occasional ones where you have less than others. I think the spawns were just very down today in comparison to like previous com days. Definitely wasn't as many spawns as you usually see. Copper ore is your preferred rock. Wouldn't that be a metal though? I suppose no, because it's ore. So your metal hasn't been refined out of it yet. It just has metal within the rock. So yeah, you're probably right. It is a rock. You really like getting your tongue electrocuted when it storms. Okay, now this conversation has gone in a weird direction. You need to bring it back again. You'll organize an AMP. Wait, what? What are we talking about? You guys have just lost me now. Gold is quite chewy. You'd recommend it. Well, gold is the most malleable of the metals. That's a soft metal. Right when you leave, you got one. Well, I'm glad that you at least got one, dude, because now that it's added to your Pokédex, you can have someone else trade you a couple, and it won't cost you as much in Stardust. So, fingers crossed you'll get another couple before the end of your event, but at least you've got the one now, dude. So, congratulations. You think the term is malleable? I just said malleable, didn't I? Camping is good, except for women. Yeah, it's a bit harder for women, but when you're a dude, I mean, it's easy just to go and find a tree. Just water the plants. Kurt, you only have 18 shinies in like so many encounters. Dude, 18 shinies, like, I wouldn't say you've only got 18 shinies. That's a good number to have. A good number. That's a good number of shinies to have, dude. I wouldn't complain with 18. I finished with 25 for the day, so, you know, not too many more. Anything more than like 5 or 6, and you've had a good day. Like, really, realistically, you only need 3, like 1 for each of the stage of the evolution. And then any more is just wasted storage space. So you did well, dude. You definitely did well. Know what you mean? You've planned on going for one again soon. What, camping trip? Okay, Jim, I'm not going to bother trying to read that because it's just like, dude, I don't understand other languages. Just please keep it to English. You make Jimmy sound strange. This gets back to that whole thing that I was saying before about Jimmy didn't go to school to learn things. Jimmy went to school to talk to women. So you put other languages in there and I'm like, yeah? Nani? The Shiwi Great Invitation. What? Well, honestly, when I go camping, it's like super local to me because I live, as you guys saw in the photos that I showed you the other week of me walking around near my joint. Like, I live on the outskirts of Melbourne, like right next to the state forest sort of thing. Like, literally, I look out my window and I look at the state forest out of one window and I look at the city out of the other window. So, yeah, whenever my mates go camping, they usually go camping in the forest that's right next to me, and it's literally like 20 minutes from my house. So it's like super local for me. I went out walking again recently. Oh yeah, I got pictures of the foot. This is the footy yesterday. I went to the footy. Watched the doggies play Adelaide. But yeah, oh yeah, look at this tree. Not this one, but doesn't that tree look like it has a willy? I just thought it was funny. I was just like, hey, that tree looks like it has a weenie. A wiener. It's the wiener tree. Yeah, I mean, that's a line in there on the walking trail that I was down on. Look how overgrown that is. And that wasn't near, like, it's near my house, but it's about a half an hour drive away from where I live, sort of thing. So this is a bit deeper into the forest. And this is the walking trail that I was walking down. Some little mushies on a tree. And we got that hill doesn't really stand out much. That hill was like vertical, but it doesn't really translate into the picture properly just because of like the angles of the camera. You don't really take pictures properly. That's another, like, more of the, then there's this little area that was like a full mossy area. Hey, look at that. Look how cool that is. It's this little overgrown area with all this moss and that. Your dog would never come back if that happened. And squeeze tibbies. So yes, that's where I went walking recently. You could go write the rest of this pressed exam. Rest of this exam prep, not pressed exam. It's like a pressed ham, but it's a pressed exam. Yeah, same thing. I'm gonna wrap this up, guys, because like I said, I need to go home and have some spray for my nose to clear my nose up and get some electrolyte stuff on the way home so I can rehydrate and all that sort of stuff. But it's been great hanging out with you guys after the stream. Like, we're an hour and a bit over time here. So it's been fun just hanging out, chatting with you guys. But yeah, I'm going to wrap it up. You'd be like, nah, stay outside. Yeah. All right, guys. I will be back on Tuesday evening for Spotlight Hour. Hopefully by then my nose and everything has cleared up a bit better. Gives me a couple more days to get this ick out of my head. But thank you everybody that has tuned in this evening. Much appreciated. We're up to 26 likes. So that's looking better than what it was before. So thank you guys. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Hope you guys have a good evening, a good Spotlight Hour. Good com day. That's the one I'm thinking of. Sending you guys plenty of shiny vibes for you that haven't had it yet. And yeah, I'll see you guys on Tuesday. So until then, enjoy your morning, evening, noon, or night. Stay safe. Happy hunting. And I'll see you guys soon. Peace out. Bye. Bye. Bye.